Electric. but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far, yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you, oh no. Oh no, me no da right. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far, yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you, oh no. Oh love you, no, no, no. Oh love you, no, no. Oh so far, but so close. So far. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
对 ，Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶啊，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这状态，
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接推走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，
再见了一次，再见全垒打。这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
这边要做小小步打了起来，明子这一推，若亚利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇，是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下。他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有普天的加持，8000滴、7000滴，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦。
胜败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启。胜败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神罗八尾踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作，持续的斩杀。胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。守门位者665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 triple kill， 神经此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试这边兔子胜败，但是伤害并不足够，胜败拿下quadra kill，
胜败难免。
影响做一些进攻。
抢
2了，一剑往前做追击 ，driver，
哇，
情理 TP
是吧？这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕 A
的
driver 是鬼步的 A 再 A 刀，直接正面卡 S 一剑完成了 solo kill。
那这边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来3
会玩的吗？雷文。但阿哲伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的自动图法，阿哲这个角度是热射上道，而且后期攻这一波，先把对方推回来，对热射大爆。
Is this love? Is this love? Looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. This night will forever remain, and you'll never break heart in a rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild, awake now, be loud. Power, riches, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. This night will forever remain, and you'll never break heart in a rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Awake now, get wild. Awake now, be loud. Power, riches, thought, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it.
所以 Driver 回复量快顶不住了，虽然有反甲，但对面的回复能力还是非常的顶哦，已经快要回到满血，反正 Driver 这个状态
这怎么打？
只能看关键时刻了。大姐直接推走，没有啦，没有啦，烫死了，杀！
这我是要不是亲眼所见，我是万万不敢相信的。
这边要做小面部打了起来，明子这一推，若雅利用了 Q 技能来回回血加普攻，哇，是1/3的2/3血打满血哦，明子还躲掉了晕眩后选择进场，但对这个位置我看一下。他推的这个位置只有一只沙兵在戳，
对，他这其实往后推，就是往下推的话，那边有沙兵，他其实可以杀。还有补天的加持，8000D、7000D，远古龙进入倒数，看起来来不及。高瑞哥拿到了远古巨龙，哇，这里是把这个大物件给拿走了。哦。
正败完成了 solo kill， 所以下一步团战开启。正败想要来支援，但前方融化速度已经太快。阿丁再次的倒地，同时卡兹玛虽然神罗巴被踢走了对手，但现在欧卡还是可以继续的操作。 持续的斩杀，胜败赶到战场，他的一个陨星坠落是炸死对面的派克，正在救援自家的队友。泰德利用加速撤退，但胜败继续的飞行，火焰的烧烤成功带走了泰德。守门位置665持续逃命，看起来是可以拉掉吗？随着飞进来的胜败，再次的一度拿下 Triple Kill， 曾经此时赶到，但他的输出空间并没有说太好。想要尝试正面兔子胜败，但是伤害并不足够。胜败干的quadra kill，
胜败难免。
也想做一些进攻。抢
抢
2了，一界往前做追击 ，Driver，
哇，
心理 TP 是吧？
这个血量爆开来啦！
他前面选择把凤凰的
3级直接自己杀他吧，就再卡一波兵线进去，3级直接自己单杀他。
3等杀1等
，3等杀1等啊！
这换了也是赚哦。
这个赵信来也来不及啊！
或者说在闪现晕
没闪的
，Driver 是鬼步的 A 再 A 刀，直接正面砍死一剑，完成了 Solo Kill。
那旁边表示我来帮你，这边硬要搞，那我也来。
不回来了 A 普攻 A 出来，3
会玩的吗？雷文。但阿志伤害超高，又是给到了一发鱼叉。现在 CFO 想要拉神发的直接主导，阿志不可以倒地，所以热射上道，而且后期攻这一波，就把对方配回来是热射大斗。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. Oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close.Ooh la di la la, ooh la di la da la, ooh la di la la, ooh la di la la. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow, oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close.Ooh la di la la, ooh cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game.
Welcome everybody to our playoffs now of the spring split here of the PCS. Of course, once again, will be brought to you by Riot Games and Carrier International. And a big thank you to our sponsor, Grand Halai Taipei, which connects the Nangang Exhibition Centre with the Software Park and the CTBC Financial Centre as well. It creates a unique experience for the customers from abroad. And of course, with 425 rooms, 6 restaurants and a banquet hall, it truly is a top-tier Taiwanese hotel. So big thank you. Now that that's done, it's time. It's time. We've got the LJL here for the first time ever in our PCS playoffs. We've got the LCO making their return, trying to have a better showing this year. And what a time it is to be here.
Yeah, and if the LCO is going to have a better showing, they've got all the opportunities to this year. Plenty of matches. There's a loser's bracket. Competition is a little bit waning from the PCS. To get right into it, we've got Frank maybe on a bit of a downswing.
Yeah.
Could be a vulnerable team. We've got V3 from the LGL, who looked pretty good in their last game of the playoffs, but are a bit of a shaky team, definitely with weaknesses. Speaking of V3, we've got them up against Beyond first thing today.
How do you feel?
It's a tall order. I rate Beyond. I have said they're my favorite team in the PCS. But what you've got to worry about against Beyond is, first things first, you're just going to get checked in the top lane. If you can't withstand Driver in the top lane, you're just going to lose pretty quickly. V3, I think their standout player is their top laner. He looked very strong. I think he carried just about every game in that last series they played in playoffs against SG. So I'm confident that he's going to hold his own against Driver.
Ooh, that is a tall order. That is a lot of confidence. For people who haven't caught the PCS, Driver, I mean, for this year, last year as well, he has been extremely dominant in the top lane. He is a very, very strong player. He does tend to pick mainly meta. Occasionally, he does pick up some unique things. We haven't really seen it this split. Mostly, it's been a lot of Cassante, a lot of Aatrox, a bit of Gnar, and the likes of that. Even some Udyr there was in there. We didn't really like his Udyr, but he does tend to pick meta, but he is very, very strong. He knows the matchups extremely well, and it's a tall order to ever get advantages against him, let alone just straight up win against him. So it is going to be a tough start for V3, of course. And now the second game of the night will be in match A2 on your screens now. Ground Zero from the LCO up against DCG. And I mean, we'll talk about it a bit later on in the night, but DCG are one of the hardest to predict teams we have here in the PCS.
Yeah, this should be a banger.
Yeah, absolutely. DCG, you can't predict what they're going to do. It is on your screen there, of course. The start of our play-ins here. BYG, V3. I mean, I'm just so excited to see the LJL over here again. Last MSI was when I last remember seeing the LJL go up against the PCS, and it was actually PSG Talon going up against DFM. And at one stage, I believe it was game number 1, it was actually PSG Talon down about 9k gold, and Wako pulled off some heroics on Aphelios to turn that game around. You won't be seeing Wako here in the playoffs this split, but you are still going to see a lot of very formidable AD carries. And so now it's LJL's turn to try and turn it around.
So you've got the buffs on your screen that have come through this patch. Jace, Ahri, Renekton, I would say they're more notable ones. We have already seen some of these teams play Volibear. I think it was Zoranus we saw play Volibear in their playoffs games. So maybe look for that on Ground Zero.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't really expect too much. Oh, it was Antic.
Yeah, and then Poop.
Did they even make it? They did make it. They did. Yeah, they did. They beat Team Bliss. So maybe look for them later. That'll be tomorrow. As for the other picks, I mean, these were pretty slight buffs to Ahri, Jace, and Renekton.
Yeah.
But Ahri and Renekton especially are very popular champs.
Yeah, I think Ahri as well, people have started to work out sort of a very effective build path on it with the Lich Bane and the Malignance. You can combo so much damage, and so just getting that buff on the Q gives you even more damage, and maybe it does tip her over the line. I mean, we're not going to have Azir on the patch. Now, admittedly, Ahri tended to be a pretty decent matchup into Azir because you tended to win the lane. Maybe it changed since the Fleet Footwork Azir build started coming out, but I think that might play a part. No Azir, some nerfs coming through, of course. ADTF mainly is what got nerfed there. A bunch of Maokai nerfs. Feels like he's just as good as ever. It really wasn't anything that spectacular. He seems to be extremely dominant still. And now Aurelion Sol as well. We did start to see a bit of Aurelion Sol in our last week, actually, of the PCS. We saw Hellpigs, who you won't be seeing here in the playoffs, picking that one up. And Maple as well on PSG. He had a really good game of it up against CFO.
Was it
so
against Azir?
Yes, it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
Maple picked it up against Azir and just demolished his lane. So maybe, I'm not entirely sure how much this will impacted. It felt like Aurelion Sol was picked simply when it was a good time to pick him, and generally slight nerfs to your ratios on an ability doesn't affect it too much.
He lost like 5 base damage early game, so maybe we won't see the ridiculous ASOL quadra kills early game that we saw. I don't think we were going to see much of that anyway. So probably going to see ASOL about as frequently, like you were saying.
Not often, yeah.
I think we're still going to see plenty of TF. As for these champs, I think we're still going to see plenty of all of these champs. Pretty much all of these are first pick worthy.
Yeah, Smolder is the big question mark though, right? Because Smolder, I mean, for pretty much every team that you see nowadays, it is such a high priority champion. It is just such a strong champ, especially in competitive play where there isn't so much fighting and a lot less risk taking. So you can pretty comfortably get to your stack threshold. And I mean, Lemus on ground zero in the playoffs, he had like a 18-0 game with a pentakill, and then his next game it was something like 19-0.
Yeah.
Even in the PCS here, Betty having some pop-off performances. Chris Scarter on DCG playing it in the mid lane and looking really good on it too. So it seems like a strong champion. Maybe these champions getting nerfed just means that even more concerns around Smolder and who can keep her in check down in the bot lane, or him in check. A big nerf to Cassante. I think all around he got weakened quite a lot. It's a lot harder for you to stick on to people now when you are in that all-out mode. Lost the Q slow in that all-out mode. You've lost a lot of speed when it comes to using your E. And so in general, as well as your W now, you can't just insta-tap it when you're in all-out mode as well. So you have just lost so much mobility, which does sort of impact him quite a lot.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot less just first pick blind Cassante.
Yeah.
But we will see plenty of Cassante once you feel like you're in a safe matchup. Because I think what he's lost mostly is, you don't think we'll see much Cassante?
I don't think so at all. Yeah, no, I don't think so at all. He really became a lot weaker since these nerfs.
Okay, yeah, maybe not. I think we'll still see a little bit of him, but we'll see. I think Smolder definitely is just getting banned. I think you should just, in spite of the adjustments, you should just be banning that champion, honestly. Lethal tempo nerfs are the big one to look at here.
Yeah, the Slay as well, I feel like a lot of supports taking the Slay just because of the ability to give your carries some extra health. The movement speed's also nice as well. And then the Lost Chapter items. This is kind of what I was talking about with Ari. She really likes the Malignants and
yeah,
obviously
they've all got ability haste on them, I think.
Exactly. And so that was a good item already for Ari, and now Ari got buffs, and now it's an even better item. So it does make sense that Ari might raise in priority due to that. Pretty much that alone, really.
Yeah, we might see a lot less Yone just because of the lethal tempo nerfs, because it is about halved on melee champions early game, and for a champion like Yone, lethal tempo is kind of your entire early game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be difficult to play Yone now, but we'll see if anyone still does want to play it. I don't think we'll see much Heartsteel. Terminus is still only going to be built on Kalista and Varus.
Yeah, Varus, yeah.
But both those champs do have the option to go lethality, and they do go it pretty often. So I don't think it hurt those champions that that item has been nerfed.
A bit of weakness, I guess, out of the on-hit builds coming through from those champs. And Kalista tends to be more often going the on-hit than a lethality build. It's kind of, if you somehow end up in a less than favorable Kalista matchup, you like the early lethality.
Yeah.
It gives you a little bit more pressure with that Q poke. But
yeah,
I think in general, most things should remain fairly the same. I think Cassante is probably the big takeaway out of sort of most of the patch notes. Now on your screen, it is going to be Beyond Gaming. It's Driver, Husha, 1116, Feng, and Stay True. And this team, they've had some ups, had some downs, but in general, they've been pretty solid. I think the standout performers kind of have been Driver and 1116. Husha's had some phenomenal games on Viego. Their bot lane has stayed relatively quiet, although Stay True has done a pretty good job on engaged supports in particular, finding really nice engages, flanks, and setting up the team for success. But in general, from what we've seen so far this split, you are looking mainly at 1116 in the mid lane as well as Driver to really get this team across the line.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like the mid and top for Beyond are very consistent. They're going to almost always have a good game. And then you just have the potential for Husha or Feng or even Stay True to just completely pop off.
Yeah.
Because both Feng and Husha have just had games where they drop 12, 15 kills.
Yeah.
So that makes them a really scary team to play against, just because anyone can pop off on this team. Against V3 on the other side, though, their weakness is the bot lane. So I expect this draft to be very centered around ADC.
course, and on your screen now will be V3. It's Tana, HRK, Ace, Benny, and Hitel. And I mean, you've done a bit of study on them, so you reckon the top lane is where they really look to carry.
Yeah.
Bot lane a little bit weaker. Does that mean we're likely to see things like the center? That's something that the PCS teams have often gone towards. If you have the weaker sort of bot side and your top lane strong, something more utility based, center, Tarm, center Maokai, the likes of those got picked quite a lot.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if I'm remembering correctly, but I think it was just 4 games of Varus.
Okay.
They had a 4-game series in their last series, and it was just 4 games of Varus. Notably, the Kalista was left open for them on blue side with Ashe banned, and they ignored the Kalista completely. Feng will not be ignoring Kalista.
No. If that's open, he first picks it pretty much every time.
Yeah, they did play against Kalista and won plenty of those games, but they did also just lose the first game through bot against Kalista Renata. So that is something you might have to worry about if you're V3.
There has, of course, been time, though, so there's been about a week between the end of the LJL and the start here of the play-ins. Can possibly work. I mean, you'd imagine they can play it. They just haven't found a way to make it work in a team comp, and so maybe some scrims coming over to Taiwan and getting more practice in. There's always the possibility that they have been able to pick it up.
Yeah, definitely. It might just not be something that fits their style. If they're looking to win through solo lanes, it just might not be something they want to do to have so much priority around their bot lane and play around it.
And on your screen, bit of information about both the teams. I mean, in terms of BYG, what is written there is extremely true. They do often find themselves at a lead and then falter in the mid game. It has been pretty consistent, really, throughout the entirety of the split. I think notably as well, sort of on the Kalista point, there were games where Feng would be like 10-0 and then still they'd be losing fights in the mid game.
Yeah, you're expecting a 15-minute win even when you've got that many kills on a Kalista early, and it just goes to Elder, goes to Soul, several Barons.
Classic.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, who will win the first win in the playoffs? LJL? PCS? Imagine if the LJL come over here, their first game in the playoffs, and they just win it. First time ever being here, win it immediately. That would be sending a message.
Yeah, be good for the confidence. You've got driver's stats on the screen. Honestly, pretty comparable stats. Tana with the highest damage of all the top laners in his league, and quite a bit higher than drivers too. Definitely a carry for his team.
Yep.
Ace in the mid lane as well is a very strong player, if you're not familiar with him.
Was a coach, I believe. I believe he was the team's coach, and then when they were not doing so well, he came in as the player, and apparently looking a whole lot better since, so made it here. Can't complain with that, and this really would, for my money, be the matchup to watch. I think in general, Driver, he doesn't often sort of, I mean, he has great mechanics, don't get me wrong, but it seems to me like his matchup knowledge is just uncomparable to everyone else. He is so good at knowing exactly how to play matchups, whether they be winning matchups or losing matchups, and really push his advantage to the limit that he can.
This is going to be an absolute clash in the top lane, because if you looked at all their stats, it was the early game gold differences and forward percentages. Both these players were first in their league.
Yeah.
So you've got maybe the best laners from each league going up against each other.
Right, now heading into picks and bans. It's going to be Vi banned first. It is a champion that the PCS has loved to pick up, especially in the latter half of the split. Even having quite a few at the start, but certainly picking up pace as it continues forward. Now, if this was a straight PCS draft, you'd expect Ashe bans here and Kalista bans on the red side, but so far it is the Karma. And again, another champ that's picked up quite a lot of priority as the split continued through. Kalista going to be banned by BYG, interestingly enough. Now, I wonder, are V3 knowledgeable on 1116's Hui? Because that...
Yeah, it's a very strong champ for him. There was a lot of Hui, and I think Ace took Talia into Hui in their playoff games and did pretty well on the Talia, so we'll see how he does if he goes for that matchup. Talia is actually a champ that wasn't brought up at all in the graphics, but has just kind of risen to popularity, maybe by virtue of just a shrinking mid lane pool with Azir being disabled.
Yeah, that really is a champion to be disabled, like being the absolute staple of the mid lane the entirety of the split, and now all of a sudden you can't pick it. It should honestly shake up sort of how these drafts look in general. And now BYG, they are banning exactly what you expect a PCS team to ban. Varus, Kalista, Vi, happens every time. Nico against 116 is actually pretty good scouting by my books. 116, a phenomenal player. but Rumble for Driver. Now, we haven't seen anyone be able to answer this pick.
How does Jace do into Rumble? Jace is a bit buffed, and Tana really likes playing the Jace.
I think not that well, because
Okay.
you are almost forced into getting early Hex Drinker, which generally when you are playing a champ like Jace is not ideal. You tend to want to be able to rush into sort of lethality items or the Eclipse or whatever you may want in particular in any given game, but Rumble kind of shuts that down immediately.
I wonder if they'll pick away the Hui here on V3, or if there's an ADC they feel like they should prioritize. Senna sticks out to me.
Smolder.
Oh, right,
is-
Smolder.
Yeah, Smolder is open. Senna is also open. Two champs that have been extremely high in priority, especially since Smolder's release. But Nautilus Smolder doesn't feel like the greatest lane. Volibear, so immediately the buffs come into play.
Okay.
In theory, top laner can also be jungler. And we'll see where V3 opts to put that champion. Okay, I mean,
No
yeah.
surprise to see the Smolder. Surprised it wasn't first pick. Driver's Rumble is very good and is usually just perma-banned away from him. So we'll see if V3 have an answer to Driver's Rumble.
It might be the Volibear. Smolder locked
Oh,
in.
yeah, it's probably the
Rel
Volibear.
hovered. Rel, of course, can be flexed. We've seen Husha play Rel before. We've also seen Stay True play Rel before, so can't be entirely sure where this champ will be going as of yet. Nah is not a champ we often see as an answer to Rumble.
I mean, Volibear Jungle's not a champ we often see either, so I don't think it'll be the Gnar here. Rel, I mean, Beyond so far getting massive power picks, at least for us here in the PCS.
Okay.
Oh, so they're just gonna try kill
Yeah.
bot. Yeah.
And Volibear going jungle now would make a lot of sense too, to be honest, because now you can just walk bot ult around the tower and all of a sudden Smolder's one lifeline is suddenly gone.
Yeah.
It is. I believe the LCK have played Volibear jungle, so
Oh, okay.
it is
didn't see that.
something that is certainly being experimented with.
Yeah, I have no idea how Volibear plays into Rumble top. Seems like Volibear, at least in solo queue, is able to win or lose any matchup.
That is true. Lee Sin going to be banned away from Husha. See if they ban his Viego. It is another champ that he's felt extremely comfortable on, but still this Rel can absolutely just be going to the jungle.
So,
Especially if that jungle pool does get sort of cut away at.
yeah, I think if you're Beyond, you're kind of already incentivized to pick something very defensive, like a Tahm Kench. So I think I would like this Rel going into the jungle, and then maybe a Tahm Kench support to try to get to level 6 and defend these dives. Tahm can be scary to dive early as well. Not as scary as an Alistar or a Leona.
They are blue side though, so I think they can just have their jungle around bot side and you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
See.
lot harder to dive blue side bot lane than red side bot lane.
For sure. Okay, Jay's going to be banned away, so Tana isn't going to get to show us how that champ does into Rumble in any case. It will just be taken away. Viego as well was banned away from Husha. Again, he has played it like 3 times and got double-digit kills, almost all of them, so
Yep.
good work there. Sort of spotting that out and making sure it doesn't happen. Orianna would be a blind pick. Feels like this is possibly a matchup that 116 would feel comfortable to pick the Hui into. We haven't really seen any
Yeah.
very successful answers to Hui. Honestly, Echo was the most successful one, but that was a one-off, and yeah, who knows?
I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Orianna in general, I think. Now, Yone is nerfed, at least in the very early game. We'll see if they still decide to go for it.
Looks like we will. So
Okay.
116 going to be showing us his Yone.
Looks like a
and-
Sejuani, yeah, looks like a Sejuani game. Oh,
Ooh, a Husha Nocturne. Now this does look like a pretty decent Sejuani game. You've got 3 melees, a beefy frontliner to... Honestly, once you get to 25 minutes, all you need to do is stand in front of Smolder and pretty much all damage you need done will be taken care of. So we do have the entirety of the team comp. We do see now that Rel will be going to support. It
Yeah.
will be the Sejuani in the jungle. Pairs well, of course, with those melee solo laners. Yone able to stack up that permafrost nice and quickly, as will Rumble. And now I imagine we're going to see a top laner locked in here. I do think this Volibear will be going jungle, but... Okay, so we're going to see a nerfed Cassante against Rumble. This feels a bit rough.
yeah, against Driver's Rumble as well. Very strong Rumble player, and we've already seen pre-nerf Cassante just get murdered in this matchup.
Yeah.
Rumble just takes first strike. He's not under that much pressure.
Yeah.
If he is under pressure, it's between like level 6 and 9 if Cassante can find a good all-in, but that's going to be really hard to do on the nerfed Cassante now.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, in general, even when we see Cassante try and fight the Rumble at his sort of power spike when it comes to the top lane, Rumble usually just overheats and auto-attacks him to death.
Yeah,
so
sometimes it's going down 100-0.
yeah, no, I mean, interesting to see, of course. We haven't seen the LJL over here, and as you said, Tana, a bit of a carry up in the top lane. We'll see what he can get done up against Driver's Rumble. Of course, we may be a little bit biased. We have watched Driver play this champ, I think, like 3 times, and he has absolutely destroyed the map on it every time. So.
Yeah, and we've also just seen it permanently banned against him up until this point. But there is a very clear game plan for V3 this game. It is go kill this Smolder in the bot lane. They've got Kai'Sa, Nautilus, Volibear.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious what they want to do. And Orianna should also just have priority for most of the game against Yone. Until they maybe get into a side lane, and then Yone can do a lot more at that point. But if you're V3, you're hoping this game is decided by the time, lanes are even over. And Cassante kind of makes sense in that context because he's a good weak side champ. You just sit him up top, he catches turrets he catches waves under his turret like he would against an Udyr, and is pretty scary to dive.
Yeah. Absolutely. And as we load now onto the Rift for our first game here of the spring playoffs, we have BYG representing the PCS up against V3 from the LJL. And their first showing here, we have a little dance off. This is actually a Driver special. I noticed him and Jiang, I think, are the 2 top laners who are most likely to just sit here doing this.
He actually went to auto Cassante, but cancelled it. Very honorable.
Yeah, very honorable. And it is going to be that first strike, Futures Market, triple tonic. Something that we often do see coming out of the Rumble into the Cassante. You don't really pressure kills unless Cassante looks for an all-out, at which point you pretty much just win, and so you just sit up here stacking gold through first strike, and you feel pretty good about yourself. Press the attack on the Volibear jungle, so a bit of early pressure coming through from that rune choice, of course, means that most likely if he runs into a Sejuani, he should be favored, although not always. Sejuani does oftentimes just win out on those 1v1s just by nature of the amount of burst that comes through from Permafrost. As well as, honestly, if you're ever involved in a 2v2 or a 3v3 around the Yone, the Rumble, and the Sejuani, it probably feels losing.
Yeah, I hope you don't ever get yourself into that situation as the Volibear, because, again, the plan is to play around the bot side.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa had lethal tempo, which means we're probably not going to see any AP builds coming out, just straight on-hit Kai'Sa. Maybe crit, but crit builds are pretty weak at the moment, so probably going to be an on-hit Kai'Sa. Maybe a little surprising. I think Halo Blades could have been good, considering the game plan is to murder this Smolder.
Yeah, I think you don't want to, simply because you have an Orianna who likes to be solo AP, and then even Volibear does a lot of magic damage. Even the Kai'Sa, while going on-hit, will do a lot of magic damage, so I think going too far into AP damage makes it a little bit easy for itemization to come out, especially when you are up against a Ral and a Sejuani who can quite easily fit magic resist into their builds.
Yeah.
So it does make sense for him to go AD, sorry. It will make the game a little harder for him to play, but in general, I don't think it'll be too bad. And honestly, lane should be completely fine for them, bot lane. It is kind of just seeing how much they can get done up against the Smolder. You will have permanent prio unless something goes awfully pear-shaped. And you can use that to get your dragons, and you really need to get the dragons stacking nice and early, because the dragon on the other side will be stacking, and once you get to 225 stacks, it kind of just feels like the game ends around you at that point. Obviously, it doesn't exactly, and there is a lot of lockdown for the Smolder even at that point, and a lot of follow-up afterwards.
Yeah.
But it is very, very scary to go
You don't
against.
want to put yourself in that situation where you have to now play perfectly to kill the Smolder instantly at the start of a fight. That being said, though, with Smolder for Beyond, they haven't been the most disciplined team in the mid and late game. We were talking about this earlier, but they do just force fights that don't really make sense with what their win condition or where their strength in the comp is. So it's going to be on them to be really disciplined with the Smolder in the mid game, because you really do just have to sit on your hands sometimes. Clear waves and just let him get his stacks and allow Feng to take over the game.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting again to see what build path Feng opts for on the Smolder, because we have seen a bit of a variety here in the PCS. We've seen sometimes, it's always Essence Reaver first, of course, you just need it for the mana. And then we've seen people go, the Shojin, the Navori, and Betty actually multiple times just going straight rapid fire cannon second. So, I mean, we'll see again what we opt in for here. We don't see any AP out of the Smolder anymore, and I think this is the patch where the tankier Smolder builds got nerfed. Or maybe it's the current live patch, I'm not sure, but...
Yeah, so maybe less Jack Show, third items, fourth items now. I think my favorite Smolder build has been the Essence Reaver into Shojin.
Yeah.
Into Rapid Fire.
Yeah, I think that tends to be the strongest as well. You tend to get like 225 stacks roughly when you get the Shojin. Sort of like thereafter, not too far after, and at which point you just become very, very strong. And it also just helps you get to your rapid fire cannon anyway, so. We'll see. As we are now back into the game. Sorry about that slight disruption.
I think it was a microphone issue for V3, but sorted out. And now we are ready for what might be a very scary early game for Feng. So Volibear has started on his bot side, so I wonder if this means he's going to cross map. It would make sense to me, unless he plans to gank this Rumble and shut him down early game.
Okay. Bit of damage onto Stay True, but he's feeling okay to just return it, and honestly, fairly decent trade in favor of BYG there.
Yeah, Smolder not really able to take extended trades. So you maybe just need some levels on the Kaisa and the Nautilus. Chase him down with lethal tempo. Because he actually, you know, we're talking about shutting the champion down early. He's not terrible in the early game.
Yeah, he's very good at short trades. If he's able to just get off an auto attack in a queue, maybe 2 auto attacks, then it generally is a pretty decent trade for the Smolder. Does have a lot of mana issues in the early stage of the game, though. Really, until you get that Essence Reaver, it is quite hard to make sure you're keeping up on stacks while making sure you don't go and the cookies help a little bit, as well as the presence of mind, but you do have to be very mindful of that.
Yeah, maybe Driver is going to get caught off guard here, not expecting the Volibear here, because Husha has pathed down to bot.
He does have the ward.
Probably expecting to need to protect his bot lane.
Okay. Health advantage in the mid lane here for Ace, but is out of mana now, so 116 will have a bit of an easier time. Volibear headed back bot side. Looks like we might have a contest over the bot side. Scuttle Crab, and 116 actually has prio. Again, there is no mana available here on Ace's Orianna, so this should just be Crab given over to Husha.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, nice move by Stay True there. I don't think they really had priority in the bottom lane. He just moved to help his jungler, but they don't end up getting the crab, so kind of what you wanted out of that play for V3 anyway. Nautilus does eventually make his way up, and this lane state might be pretty bad for Beyond.
Yeah, this is a very hard place to be. Crashdown should be available here for Stay True, and it will be. So we'll not be really under too much pressure there. Just a bit of damage, but not all that bad. Yeah, this is a very bad lane state, though. I think it is pushing back. A few auto attacks on the wave means it should be.
And we did talk about this being a good Sejuani game for Husha. It's only a good game for Sejuani if you can actually play around your solo laner melee champ.
Yeah, this is a bad spot to be as a Cassante. I mean, we've seen Cassantes pull off some wild 1v2s, but he is awfully low on mana. And quite a lot of just free lockdown can come through. Goes popped. A lot of damage coming through. Does go unstoppable. Will he be able to get out? No, he will not. Path make it. Not going to be good enough for the damage reduction, but here comes HRK. It's going to be traded back, so it's a 1-for-1, but notably a lot of minions are going to be lost here for Tana on that Cassante.
Yeah, well played by HRK to get back up there. Sejuani can just tank that tower for so long.
Cassante teleported mid.
Oh,
and Feng and Stay True have taken down Hedel in the bot lane. Feng getting quite low there. Lethal Tempo is propped, and Stay True is going to have to remount, but should feel okay.
Wow, okay. I am surprised by the TP mid as well.
Yeah, me too. It feels like it's going to be hard for him to get back to his lane now. Have to see if it's slow pushing to drive or not. Oh, wow.
Okay, so Nautilus pushes his W to shield up, and Stay True Flash Qs onto him, removes his shield, and they pick up a kill in a lane that I don't think they have any business winning early game with. That's going to help Feng out a lot, as you know, he's down 10 CS, 11 CS, would have been down more, you know, without that kill going over, and has the kill gold now.
And this lane state is a bit rough for Tana on the top side as well. 116. Oh, he dodges out of that shockwave, but Hetel is going to be here. He's looking for that Q3.
No shockwave though.
Dash available for himself now, and Fate's Call, he'll hold on to that one.
And I think if you're Beyond, if you get any of these early dragons, it's going to help you a lot stalling for this Smolder. And also, maybe your solo laners can just take over in the side lane this game.
Yeah, well, Driver currently sits at almost double the CS of Tana. Something we've seen him accomplish a lot, of course, on this Rumble. So BYG going to be the ones to pick themselves up an early dragon. Certainly helps when your Smolder starts the game with a nice and early kill and find yourself at a 700 gold advantage.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go into a pause. I guess HRK was just off the map there, and Beyond find a good angle to go for the dragon while the Orianna ulti is down.
Yeah, and I wonder what HRK can really do on the map, because if you look at the minimap on your screen there, Driver is sitting at the Void Grubs and will just continually have priority up in that top side. I mean, we see it, Kazante really can't do much. Doesn't even have Respector's Cal just yet, so feels like this should just be a free dragon, maybe Recall come through, and even maybe BYG picking up the Void Grubs on the top side too, but certainly not the start you want as V3.
I think he still just has to find a way to shut down this Smolder. I think he's going to be level 6 soon. I think he's level 5 at the moment. We've got another microphone issue, if anyone's wondering. I think once you get level 6 on this Volibear, you need to just run bot. Maybe it doesn't work, maybe it does, but the rest of the map is a disaster. I mean, mid's doing okay. Ace is actually up about 10 CS on the Yone. But Driver is going to just take over the game. There is no point where Kazante is going to be feeling okay in that matchup. And there's no way to really protect him as well, because he's going to have to build MR for the Rumble. So you can never really swap him into the Yone later in the game. He's just going to be ground up against his turret all game. So you have to get a strong side going so that you have some agency later in this game. Maybe not for these Void Grubs or this Dragon, but next objectives.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you'll get to the point where Nautilus can just press R on the Smolder, and that should be an angle that then Kazante should be able to get onto him. I mean, you have so much dive available. You can put a ball on the Kazante, you can put a ball on the Volibear, even the Kai'Sa, something that, was it Season 8 IG, if you remember? They just used to KO ult Jackie Love.
Yeah.
And that was like, that was something that legitimately happened. And it's something that can happen this game, because generally I think the Kai'Sa probably is going to have to be ulting aggressively, assuming game state's fairly even.
Yeah, way outranged.
At which point you can just use the Orianna for extra follow-up to shut down the Smolder, but it does feel a little bit hard to play against when it is BYG picking up that early dragon, especially when they're not supposed to have bot lane prio or mid lane prio. And so that obviously is a concern to begin with, because they just have top lane prio. And so yeah, I think V3 really going to have to work out a way to either shut down the Smolder or make sure they can stem the bleeding and look for a strong team fight, because they still do have a very, very strong team fighting comp. They still have the ability to look for picks in the Nautilus, the Kai'Sa, as well as the Orianna, and find a way to angle to do either of those things, because otherwise I think if everything just stays even, of course, you do always have to favor the Smolder in terms of scale.
Yeah, and I think, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but if you look at the draft this game and going into next game, you have to be worried if your last pick was top lane and your top lane is getting absolutely destroyed, then you need to be thinking about that, because you're kind of red side going to waste. Essentially, you've last picked into a horrible matchup, so something to look at in the draft. Probably not too worried about the draft yet.
Yeah, something we generally saw in the PCS was pretty much just Kazante blind picked.
Yeah.
Never really was picked as a counter. It was like, well, we're just going to have a Cassante, so we'll just pick it first. And then what was the answer? Pretty much always either Rumble, Aatrox, or Nah. Was kind of the answer. Udyr occasionally, but
Yeah.
there's not many Udyrs in the PCS that I enjoyed watching.
There's one, exactly
There's
one.
exactly one. Yeah, that is true. We won't get to see him for a while, though.
Yeah. There will probably still be plenty of Udyr coming out of Aja on PSG.
Hopefully the audio issue gets fixed soon. You excited to see some more Smolder?
I'm surprised we saw Smolder.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised Beyond managed to get Driver's Rumble and Smolder.
True.
On blue side, you're supposed to only be able to get one super strong pick on the blue side.
Are there many other people playing Rumble? I don't see it a whole lot. It
No,
seems like at this
honestly,
stage it's
yeah.
kind of just Driver is still picking it because he's really good at it. And, I mean, it works out for the team. And it does allow for AD mids to come through too. So not something we actually associate with 1-1-6, but in this game at least it did create the ability to have that Yone Sejuani pairing, which is certainly something you can add to your comp, of course. And looks like we're going to be back onto the Rift. BYG do pick themselves up that Ocean Dragon, so not the earliest, but certainly pretty nice to have on the board at 7 minutes.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot of that. If Beyond are in the driver's seat this game, they're not going to be in a rush to get a soul. That's not really their win condition. They're probably just going to leave dragons up a lot of the time. I think we saw CFO doing that a lot.
Yeah.
Where the dragon was up, they had control of the map, they just didn't hit it. When you've got the outscaling comp, you can just slow the game down. So we'll see if HRK on the Volibear gets level 6 off of these two camps here. He is level 6 off the Gromp, so he has an opportunity to make a play bot now. Only level 4 on Stay True.
Okay. So was V3 picking up one of the Grubs? Void Grubs rather. I didn't notice that before, but they do have one of them. Obviously the other two are just there, and Husha, instead of going for them, is just looking for an invade.
Yes, should be able to pick up this red before Volibear gets here.
Seems like it might be close, but Driver is just so much priority in his lane that even if Volibear does get here, it doesn't feel that good. Alright.
Manages to save his smite too, so should be hard to contest him on these Void Grubs now.
So should be the Void Grubs 1 and 2 picked up here for BYG. And of course, the Void Grubs really do become powerful at sort of getting that 5th one, getting that 6th one. They won't be able to get 6, of course, but honestly, you need to hit towers if you want to win a game of League of Legends, so just having even 2 of them feels pretty good.
Yeah, and that is just the first set of Void Grubs, right?
Yeah.
So if you can get a couple more Void Grubs for this Rumble, he's going to be a problem in the side lane against, you know, this Cassante, who has permanent priority hook onto Rel, though.
Yeah, Stay True looks like he might be caught out. He's trying to get himself out, but it doesn't look like he will be able to. Aftershock not going to provide enough resistances. There's a kill found. It's going to go over to HRK, who finds himself 2-0 now on this Volibear.
Yeah, and honestly, more importantly than the kill is going to be being able to shut Feng out of farming for a while. Beyond look like they maybe want to fight for this.
Smite. Looks like HRK did manage to get that one for himself. Now, maybe back to normality.
Yeah, they managed to take away a red buff. They could have maybe just zoned Feng off of the tower, got some tower damage, but they decided to just take the red buff and a Raptor camp. I don't know how well Volibear uses resources, to be honest. But it is pretty good for him. He's 2-0. Stealing away 2 camps never hurts as well. Maybe a fight top lane.
Yeah, Pathmaker going to be used, but dodging out there then until his strike. Mum does come down. Void Seeker going to be dodged away from, but it looks like we might have our first Stormbringer. HRK looking for Feng. There is Ghost, there is Flash, but it's not going to be enough. Nice crash down, does stun up too, but in comes HRK. That's another kill found, and Benny's actually going to be the one that picks that one up. Stay True as well. Going to have to flash on out of there, and a nice play. They're finding their way to shut down Smolder as Benny now. He's up 20 CS, got himself a kill as well. Husha though, he's looking to answer back here on the top side.
Yeah, Feng lost both his sums as well.
Tana quite healthy. 116 going to be here as well. Is Tana, is he going to be able to survive? It looks like he might just be able to, but Husha will survive. And unfortunately, this Cassante is being punished on the opposite side of the map as BYG get Driver even more gold to his name.
Yeah, it does suck for Tana there to not get the consolation kill, but I don't think it would have made a massive difference. Maybe let him get to his Raccoon faster. Though, in the grand scheme of things, you know, in the isolation, looking at that cross-map play, you'd still rather be V3. You got both sums out of the Smolder, killed him, and got some plates onto your Kaisa. You're pretty happy with that. Cassante does have TP to get back up to his lane.
And looking at total gold around the Rift, it really is Driver that is the entirety of the gold lead that BYG currently have.
Yeah.
1,000 above the next highest, which was Benny. So certainly isn't like this game is completely over. If Driver does get found, if he gets shut down a little bit, then all of a sudden V3 are going to be feeling pretty good. Permafrost does connect, but Ace is able to flash on out of there before it's going to cause him any real harm.
Yeah, it looks like mid laners traded ults earlier, so the flash is enough to get Ace out of there. And Husha didn't have to ulti for that, so that's pretty good. His ult's going to be coming up soon. I still think it's pretty risky to... Oh, it's not too risky because Cassante doesn't have TP actually, so beyond probably just getting this dragon. Driver did save his TP.
Oh, Hook connects, but does he really want this? At least for now, it looks okay, but here comes the teleport. This will be 116 or Driver it is. Equalizer does remain up, and Stormcaller going to be used from HRK, and all of a sudden your volley bear, that is so much of your team's gold, is currently half HP without an ult, and it feels like now this dragon is but a sure thing for BYG.
Oh, and notice the Knight's Vow on Sejuani. Everyone has just started rushing this item. It's the new Frozen Heart. Every jungler and support, even. I think I saw Genji build 2 of them. Chuck 1 on the top laner, 1 on the ADC. And I don't think it even got touched in the patch notes. Maybe Rel's in trouble.
Yeah, this is a 3v1, but Crashdown comes through, and that's a really nice Magnet Storm. 3 people all getting locked up in that. Benny, he's going to flash away, but he's going to be having that Q on him. Gets taken out. That's 3 kills now in favor of BYG. And Ace, he has no flash, but he is able to ensure himself safe. But now there's a 3-in-1 Smolder that you're facing up against.
Yeah, that's a disaster. Kaisa lost her flash as well. We're going to see what happens. It's just an engage onto the Rel here. Benny starts the fight at half HP, and Feng just finds his way onto him. Oh, it was such a nice re-engage by Stay True. Or I guess counter-engage. TP from Ace comes out too late to really have any impact on the fight. So, going to be a very scary Smolder. Honestly, I don't really feel like the kills on Smolder matter all that much. He's still not really going to take over the game before he gets his stacks. But it definitely doesn't hurt.
Definitely doesn't. I mean, getting to your Shojin makes you a little bit tankier. It gives you more cooldown reduction, so you do just get the stacks quicker.
Yeah. I want to get to that point where you're one-shotting backline with Q.
Yeah. Now, will we have a fight over the Rift here? It would be very PCS-like for there to be one.
Yeah.
No flash yet for Stay True, but it is very close to being up. And of course, Benny lost both of his sums. 116 does have teleport advantage in terms of the mid laner as well.
Sedrok coming up very soon. They're maybe trying to stall till that comes up.
All through will come. Mom is going to land onto all 4 members. 116 as well, teleporting into that Raptor pit, trying to look for that Q3. Equalizer comes through from Driver. The Smite is going to secure the Rift Shield in favor of V3. But now Smolder is unleashed on this backline. It's a triple kill. He's not even got that evolution, and he's popping absolutely off. All out coming through here now from Tana. But is it too late, too little? It sure looks like it. Could be a quadra kill. Feng now dominating on the Smolder, 4,000 damage in that team fight, and there is a massive problem on the Rift.
Yeah, he opened up that team fight by just half-healthing Benny. Benny, you see there, 600 damage this fight, didn't get to do anything at all, and Feng just apparently doesn't need his evolve on the Smolder. Yeah, watch Benny's on the Kai'Sa. His HP bar just vanishes immediately, and then Driver follows up with a really nice rumble ult. I think hitting 3 at least. No, just zoning Kai'Sa into the pit there, and then he's quickly cleaned up. Tana too weak to really do anything to Driver. Maybe a pre-nerf Cassante could do something in that isolated 1v1 and trade a kill back onto Driver, but he is very behind either way.
Oh, there is a massive, massive problem now that V3 have, and that is a 7-1 Smolder. Now, is that 2 items? It looks like they might be able to pick themselves up a tower.
Yeah, they did still, nice smite from HRK, still secured the Herald, and they pick up a tower.
Did get the kill on Husha as well, so it wasn't all for nothing, but...
Yeah, it just does suck to give essentially a Quadra over to this Molder, who now has a 700 gold shutdown.
Absolutely. Now, Ace, he's looking a little bit vulnerable at this tower. Looks like command dissonance should mean that he does not really face too much trouble. Flash available here for Stay True on the Rail. Nice shockwave onto 116, but he does buffer it pretty nicely there with the Fate's Call. And ensures that he is going to be okay and live to fight another day. HRK is going to get aggressive with that Sky Splitter. Stormcaller as well going to be used here. Stay True does manage to land the stun. Does find his way in. It's a 2-man magnet. Storm through comes Mum. It's on to 3. Biddy has lost his entire health bar. He's lost even more than now that Drivers dropped that Equalizer, dropped that Flame Splitter. Flash forward from Husha now as Ace is trying to limp away from this fight. All else bought another member right next to him. And now Tana might have just doomed his mid laner. The kill doesn't look like it's going to come through, but it's a Quadra kill and 1 tick of damage away from a penta there for Driver on this Rumble.
Yeah, Driver is sick of Feng taking the spotlight, is reminding everyone why his Rumble gets banned.
That's the Magi's.
Yeah, picks up a Magi's after his recall. And still Feng doing the majority of his team's damage there, but a great fight from Driver. So looks like they're just running at the Sejuani Rel, thinking they are on their own, but Driver does have teleport, and it means that Feng is just free to hit.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Sweet spot on the Smolder roll.
Yeah. Wow, and just Flame Spitter running at 3 people. Ult lands onto 2 from Driver.
He just delivers Driver to his triple.
Yeah. And then he picks up Volibear on the end here. Almost gets himself a pentakill.
Oh, Driver reaction. Oh, this is kind of a
mild,
mundane one. Yeah, usually he gets all... Camera goes flying off his computer. He starts baseball batting. 4 members now are up here against him. This is what happens when you buy him a Magi's. He's almost killed HRK. HRK will be able to get out, and Driver will be going down. The curse of purchasing Magi's will strike once again. That's an empty book, but it was 4 people all committed to being able to take him out.
Yeah, and I think he might have dealt like 3 or 4k damage back in that exchange, almost killing Nautilus and Volibear. It's nice to get the kill and a big shutdown. I didn't see who it actually went to.
Went to Ace.
That is probably who you want it on, but your tempo just gets completely destroyed when you make that kind of play, especially if you lose too much health to be able to really push or anything. So they do lose bot. They don't actually lose the mid turret, but they lose bot tier 2 and the dragon. Soul point now for Beyond, and it's looking pretty grim for V3.
For sure. 210 stacks currently is what we see on Feng's Smolder, so pretty much if any fight were to happen, he is just going to get that full evolution midway through it.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 more waves, or, you know, a wave in a fight. Yeah, he's already made it, and honestly, it didn't really feel like he needed to make it this game. He was putting out so much damage on the Smolder. And it is this build we were talking about. I guess we were right about the build. I don't think he even had the Shojin for most of those fights.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it was like the Essence Reaver and then maybe the Warhammer.
Yeah, he was just picking up triple kills.
V3, this really isn't your jungle anymore by the looks of it, as Husha is just walking fast at the Nautilus. Hittel does manage to at least survive with most of his HP.
And when you get your evolve on Smolder and you've already got rapid fire, I think that's sometimes
Nice shockwave onto 2. Dredgeline also going to be following up. But Statue hasn't gone down yet. He manages to get out the Magnet Storm and that crash down. And now through comes Driver with all this damage. It's going to be Fing as well, picking up 1 on the back end. And all of a sudden, it's a 4v3 in favor of BYG. Benny also pretty low. And it was Tana committing that teleport to the backside of that fight, but not really finding a way in.
Yeah.
Now Baron going to be started up for BYG. They do not have their ultimates right now, but it is still going to be pretty hard for V3 to find their way into this pit. Stay True also on his way back. Rusha getting pretty low. Ghost popped here from Tana. He's finding his way in. Pathmaker should be good onto 3. He's going to be at least onto 2. But 116 found his way onto Benny. Benny's going to be taken out. It's a 1-for-1 trade. And then all out coming through onto Husha. But he's able to just Arctic Assault back into the pit. And now Ace is being looked at as Stay True runs aggressively towards this Orianna. It does seem like not much more can happen, but it is the Baron picked up and a 1-for-1 in favor of BYG.
Yeah, nice little play from Tana there to try push Husha, the jungler, out of the pit to maybe steal the Baron, but just too many numbers on the side of V3, of Beyond, and too much gold. Ace can't really get in there and look for a steal at all, and Sejuani does just jump back into the pit.
For sure. Now Rapid Fire Cannon finished up here for Feng. He's an entire item and a little bit above that of Benny.
Yeah, then this is not the game you needed out of the Kai'Sa. You needed to be, you know, roles reversed, essentially. You needed to be the one up an item. Feng is just going to destroy any team fight. He was already destroying these team fights. And you kind of saw in that last skirmish right outside V3's base. Against a Rumble and Smolder, when you engage on the front line, even with a high single target champ like Kai'Sa, by the time you've killed the Rel, the Smolder and Rumble have just returned so much AoE damage from massive range that the fight is still doomed. Doesn't help having a pretty massive gold disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure. 23 minutes, it is the 10K, but we're just going to go all to the wall, and now there's going to be a nice equalizer, but the Magnastorm kind of drags everyone out of it, but he's able to flash away, but it's 2 quick kills in favor of BYG. They're now turning their attention towards these towers. It looks like 1 will go down. Likely to be at least 1 inhibitor, if not the game. We'll see if V3 are able to continue defending.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the 3rd 3-man engage from Stay True on the Rel. We usually see the Rel struggle as a solo engage, but with Flash, it's a lot easier. Sejuani ult actually trades for Ace's Flash there, and then Stay True follows up with engage onto 3.
Okay, so Inhib number 1 does go down. Inhib number 2 now being looked at. Feng, he's flashing aggressively, but there's not a whole lot for him to find. Ooh. Tana almost landing that Natofu strike, that Q3 onto Feng. Not quite able to, and recalls will come down.
Yeah.
Slow and steady.
Yeah,
there is a Dragon Soul on the horizon.
Yeah, no rush to end if you're Beyond. You've got a Soul coming up, not even 1 Dragon on the side of V3, and you are the scaling comp anyway, just by virtue of having the Smolder. So grab a Soul, and then you're in position to shove in bot lane anyway. Both TPs up if you want to deal with the other 2 lanes as well. So I think Beyond will look to end just on the next push. I don't think there's any point in waiting for a another Baron or a Dragon. Honestly, it's probably more wise to just end before the Elder comes up. I think it might even be more risky to play it slow from this point.
For sure. I think the troops can just march down that bottom lane with constant minion pressure coming through from the top and mid. As well as, honestly, you saw it just before. They're happy to dive between 2 towers, so what's 1 tower going to do to stop them?
Yeah, engage might just come down to a Sejuani ult here, or maybe a Yone ult. So not a lot in the way of engage, but these other lanes just will eventually come in.
Yeah, 116 going to make sure it happens a little bit quicker. The waves aren't synced, so it becomes a little bit harder. There's not all that much wave clear coming through from V3, so this wave now approaching. Husha's actually just going to look for it. He finds that Glacial Prison. There's a lot of lockdown coming through. Fate's Call lands onto Ace, and he's not going to be long for this world. HRK now, he's going to be absolutely annihilated as the executions are truly coming through. Feng with yet another multi-kill. It's a triple that time almost 4,000 damage yet again in the team fight, and Benny's trying to stop the minion waves from crashing, but when you are 1v5 as the Kaiser, there is not a whole lot you can do. Killer Instinct trying to dodge out of that crash down will do so, but one singular Super Fire Breath will confirm that game number 1 is going to go to the home team, Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, a couple moments for V3 in the early game, especially when they got that dive successfully onto the Smolder. It looked like they might be able to get something going in the bot lane, but pretty disastrous Dragon fight after that. And yeah, Beyond just never really stumbled from that point, just won every single team fight. Everyone really team fighting well from the side of Beyond. In that last fight, pretty much everyone having a montage ultimate. Somehow 1116 on the Yone did as much damage as Feng on the Smolder in that last fight, which is not an easy task.
No, absolutely not. I mean, bit of a quiet game really from 116, but certainly did his job. I mean, around the Baron managed to find a 1-for-1 trade with Benny there on the Kaiser, who was, for at least the start of the game, second in gold only to Driver. And I mean, Driver's Rumble, I don't think we should see it again if you want the team that isn't Beyond to win. As well as Smolder, I mean, this champion just seems like it has to be either picked or banned pretty much immediately in draft, because that's a champ that's not supposed to succeed early, and it certainly did. It found a quadra kill before it was even nearly at the point of having its stacks online. And honestly, have we yet to see Smolder lose? I'm pretty sure. We haven't yet seen Smolder lose in the PCS. And it just absolutely demolishes every single game it's in. I believe even the LCO has yet to have a loss on Smolder as well.
Yeah, like we said, it's not even a weak early game champ. It just definitely does have its weaknesses in the early game. But I think when you let the enemy team pick Smolder, you put yourself in a position where you have to play a really immaculate early game and close out cleanly, shut the enemy down. And that's always much harder to play than the Smolder side, who just have to sit there.
Yeah, I think honestly they were behind, and it felt like, what are they going to do to shut down the Smolder? And immediately, honestly, V3 found a way. They managed to look for that dive, and I believe it was HRK managed to pick up the kill onto Smolder in the bot lane after... Was it after the invade? I think it was after the invade, right? He got the red, then the Raptors, and then came down and dove. I think that was a really smart play, and that's what they kind of had to do, but it was kind of too little too late, because as soon as that happened, Hoosher up on the top side just went and dove Hana again up there, and it was like, well, now Driver's even more strong, and he ended up getting a quadra kill in the next team fight he was a part of, so... Yeah,
and then the top laner for V3 lost his teleport, having to TP back to the lane there to defend his turret. Yeah. And then Driver had his TP to come down to the Dragon fight, which was the fight that ended up losing V3 the game, essentially. They were still in it at that point, but just became seemingly impossible from that point. I think we're going to see a lot of experimentation in the draft, because this was a first rotation Nautilus Volibear, and Volibear is just so new in the meta that we don't know if he's that if he's that strong. Like, is he strong enough to just first pick rotation of Volibear?
I mean, if you've got a game plan around it, I'm sure there are certainly ways to make it work, but it didn't feel like it was more impactful than that of the Sejuani. And honestly, maybe a lot of that just stems down to the lanes kind of losing. Obviously, bot lane wasn't actually losing, but the fact that Smolder was relatively even in a lane that's should be hard to play. And they even found
got a random kill,
Yeah, they got that early kill, which was, to be fair, off the back of a really impeccable play out of Stage True, who is going to be here on your screen. I believe this is a 3-man Magnet Storm after living on 1 HP.
Yeah, this was the fight that essentially made the game, head in the direction it ended up going. A nice Sejuani ult, massive engage from Stater on the Rel, who, we praised his engage supports, and pretty good performance this game.
For sure. And even in this fight, it was Ace committing the teleport to get to the play, whereas 1116 just walked down. So we then saw thereafter, I believe it was around the Baron play, maybe it was a Rift Herald actually, where 116 was just split pushing bot, was able to join the team fight with teleport. And it just gave so many advantages in so many different ways that, I mean, you're seeing it there on your screen. Very, very incomparable damage grasp when it comes to, especially the top and the bottom lane.
Yeah, never really, apart from that one play bot, never much hope for V3 in that game. Ace had a pretty respectable score. I think at one point he was 3-1.
Yeah, and it was a very hard game to be Orianna in.
Yeah. A lot of threats, a lot of zone control on the side of Beyond.
And not often you see 35-ish% damage from 2 people on your team, so
Yeah.
pretty big performance out of Feng and Driver, and 41% done out of Ace. Do we think we'll see an all Feng stat bar? Do you think we're going to see 4 Fengs?
Did he take enough damage?
He definitely had the most. Well, he didn't die very often, but I don't think anyone really did. We'll see. Oh, Driver claims the most damage taken per death.
Yeah. Otherwise, Feng across the board. No surprises there when you've got I think he was 7-1 at like 15 minutes
Yeah.
or something ridiculous.
Had his stacks at 19, so certainly speed running,
Yeah.
the Smolder scaling. But again, I mean, this is kind of what we talked about before the game with BYG, right? Is generally you expect it to be 116 or Driver to carry, but out of nowhere,
Yeah.
Feng as well as Hoocher can just have an absolute pop-off game, and we saw that this game. It is going to be Driver picking up the MVP for game number 1. Very, very well deserved. I mean, in all honesty, he came to one team fight in mid lane, got a quadra kill. He was just destroying his lane, which you expect to see him do. He's played this matchup time and time again, and
Yeah.
it looks the same pretty much every time. Up 6k gold by the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, hard to justify giving it to anyone else. Maybe Feng just because he got a million kills.
I think Stay True might be up there too.
Yeah,
Some
I
of
was
his
gonna
engages
say,
were
yeah.
crazy. He was just like on 1 HP, turns around into a 1v3, and then everyone just collapses onto them.
Yeah, I think the problem was it didn't feel like he needed to even do it. It was just like a cherry on top because of how well his teammates were already doing that. Stay True, you know, and then could engage from Stay True here.
Certainly was. And
But then Driver shows up, and this is the fight where he gets a quadra, I think.
yeah, at one stage, if you watch, by the way, he is literally just sitting there in overheat, auto-attacking Cassandre.
Yeah,
It happens here. He just sits there auto-attacking.
yeah. And Rumble, we've seen Rumble win these so often. And he gets a little delivery onto the Orianna here. Picks him up
Yeah.
and then runs down here to kill the Volley Bear.
There's just so much damage coming out of this
Yeah.
Rumble. And he had very good equalizers all game too. Whether they be massive sort of damaging
A lot of
equalizers or
zoning.
very zoning
I mean,
equalizers.
you usually say zoning
No,
ult
but it
as
legitimately
a joke,
was,
but
right?
yeah.
Like it was eliminating Ace or Binny from the team fights, which
Yeah.
is so important. I mean, either you're killing someone or you're making sure one of the carries can't do damage. I mean, either way, you're kind of doing your job as a top laner, and I think Driver well exceeded doing his job in that one.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of his ults as well would end up behind the enemy teams, and they actually enabled Stay True to land all the good rel ults he was landing, because you can't really just walk back into the Rumble ult. You kind of just have to stand there and eat the rel ult instead. It was just so hard to team fight once they got that much gold on Beyond's side. As we were saying, they were the scaling comp.
For sure.
So once you get ahead on the scaling comp, it's really difficult to play.
Yeah, I think looking forward to game number 2, there's something has to change about this Smolder. Either it just has to be first picked. I mean, obviously BYG wanted the Rumble, so they first picked it, and then saw Smolder not taken away, so well, we may as well take that as well.
Yeah.
But it feels like this champion kind of just has to be banned or picked immediately, because it really has just been outperforming pretty much every single other AD carry, at least in the PCS so far. But we are going to go to a quick break now. So around 8 minutes. When we're back, we'll have game number 2 here between V3 and BYG.
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Your love, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Your love, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Your love, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Your love, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
It's 2 a.m.
and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's the need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you walk, 'cause love hurts like a blade. Constantly karma, now you have to pay. Give me space. I need that breather time. Give me space. I need that breather time.
Welcome back, everybody. Ahead of game number 2 of our first series here of the PCS Spring Playoffs. Of course, only possible because of the Grand Hilai Taipei. Fantastic hotel, lots of rooms, lots of restaurants, banquet hall, everything you'd ever need. I want to go there.
Yeah, thank you to the Grand Hilai Hotel.
Yeah.
And thank you to Feng, Ian Driver, I guess, for carrying last game.
Yeah.
I think mostly a draft problem.
It did feel like it, right? But it's kind of hard, I think, to really know because, again, there was just the oddball Volley Bear come out. We don't even see Kai'Sa all that often, and when we do, it generally is the AP Kai'Sa. Even Orianna, not something we've seen in a little while here in the PCS.
So Beyond were first seed, so they got to choose their side for game 1. But after losing game 1, now V3 are going to be picking their side. I assume blue side. Most teams favoring blue side.
Yeah.
Apart from really DCG, but we'll be seeing them later. Going to be a lot easier to draft, I think, especially if they're willing to take away the Smolder or the Rumble for them. Those seemed like the big problem champions for Beyond.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is that was the first game, I believe, we've seen Feng on the Smolder. And he certainly can play it, right? I think any AD carry that is playing professionally right now pretty much has to be able to play Smolder because, at least from what I've seen in terms of the eye test, I suppose, it can fall behind early, but that never really matters all that much because you are eventually within the game almost guaranteed to hit that 225 stack spike, and at which point the game just changes dramatically because you pretty much just have a champion with permanent Elder Dragon on. Maybe it's a little bit weaker than Elder Dragon, but still certainly up there in strength.
I still probably just want to see it first picked or banned, just because we're assuming the way you beat it is set it behind early, but we haven't actually seen it lose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So unless you've figured something out for the Smolder pick, and it felt like V3 maybe thought they had with the Volley Bear Nautilus Kai'Sa, that seemed like a very strong dive combo, but they just weren't able to execute it, and you have to execute so well because the extent you have to get the Smolder behind, you have to get him very, very far behind.
For sure. And another problem was that because you were so focused on trying to get the Smolder behind, Driver was just having free reign up in the top side, and he was the original big problem that you were dealing with because he was so far ahead of everyone on the map. He was 1,000 gold ahead of even the closest person, and that was at about the 8-minute mark. So yeah, maybe you can shut down the Smolder, but you got to make sure that the top side also has a good matchup or something that can survive against the Rumble if it were to be picked. I mean, so far the draft looking relatively the same. We are going to take away the Nautilus here from V3, so recognizing that it is a strong champ, Rumble now will be taken away from Driver.
This to me should be V3 setting up a Smolder first pick. I'd be surprised to see Varus banned again by Beyond. Yeah, they actually go for the Nico ban this time.
I think they want to pick Lethality Varus if the Smolder's picked.
Yeah, Varus is a very strong laner and can enable shutting down the Smolder. I think this still should be a Smolder first pick.
It does feel like there's no reason not to, right? Like, yeah, it can be kind of punished in lane, but again, it does end up just scaling, and if you aren't able to sufficiently punish it, then you do just have a problem. Looks like it will be the Varus first picked here for V3, and now, assuming it is going to be the lethality Varus, it does make the Smolder a little bit more daunting to pick, just because there is no way you can even win the short trades early game, let alone long trades, which is certainly not what Smolder excels in.
Yeah, and maybe Beyond are not willing to pick the Smolder after the Varus is locked in. Maybe they can find themselves a better matchup. Feng is a very good Lucian.
Yes.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see him play that.
Will be. So likely to see Emilio locked in alongside it before the next set of bans. Do V3 want to take that champ away? 'Cause in theory, you could go on-hit Varus with the Emilio.
Yeah, could be forcing them onto something like a Lucian Nami.
This does feel like a game would see 116 pick away. We often see him pick it in pairing with the Vi.
Yeah.
It's just set up for you to land that long-range poke, and you are able to, in most matchups, hold priority in the mid lane. Okay.
Renata Varus, okay.
Very strong. This should mean on-hit. This should mean the on-hit Varus tends to be the pairing. Are we going to see a Gnar blind? That feels awfully dangerous.
Yeah, you could always take a mid laner here. Gnar blind, I'm not sure we've seen anything to punish the Gnar blind, but I like the Volibear just because it's a flex pick, right?
In theory.
Yeah, we have seen HRK play it, but we haven't seen Tana play it. It will be Maokai nerfed, but we're not surprised to still see this champ.
It's not nerfed to a point where you can't pick it. It's a little bit of cooldown off of his abilities that you kind of only need to use once, and job has been done in the team fight anyway.
Yeah, might mean that Beyond are going to get a favorable top matchup, but they were probably always getting that with last pick anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go into the second phase of bans. Last time around, it was junglers taken away from Husha, but being that he has the Vi now, we're able to maybe try and narrow down the top lane picks, try and open yourself up for something blind. On the other side, though, I think Beyond are probably going to look for a mid laner, so banning counter picks to whatever they're trying to pick up next here would make a lot of sense. Maybe just... Alright, so Yone...
Yeah, Beyond
I think
actually...
that suggests Hui. We have seen Yone into Hui a couple times, Gory being the one to pick it, and he did well in the games. The lane did look pretty rough, but then the side lane pressure that Yone had was much more than that of Hui, and kind of was able to find success that way.
Yeah, we've seen Yones actually have a lot of big team fight impact, surprisingly enough. Gragas banned away is signaling probably
Driver.
a Jax.
That's a ban away from Driver. It could mean Jax. I mean, Driver just crazy good at the champion, so doesn't surprise me all that much. Jace now, the second ban. The Yone could signal as well an Aatrox. I don't really know how Jace does into the Aatrox, but...
So we might get to see a carry versus carry matchup. This was a top lane matchup we were really excited to see.
Sure.
Driver not going to get his Rumble this game, but he will get counter pick. Assuming they pick a mid laner here for Beyond. Maybe just an Orianna seems kind of obvious here.
Maybe. I don't think 116 will opt in for the Orianna. Maybe just the blind Cassante here for Driver. Hope he...
I was hoping for Jax Aatrox.
Yeah, that would
or
be
something. So Gnar not banned away. Could be a go-to for V3. We've seen Gnar do very well against Cassante.
Yeah, many times, right?
Yeah, otherwise I don't really know what's left. We've seen Yone picked into it a couple times.
That's
Gwen.
banned. Yeah, Gwen. Gwen has been...
Oh, go on. Oh my
okay.
goodness. All right, we've got an Alawi pick, assuming that's going top.
Yeah, that should... Yeah. I imagine it will be.
Makes sense into a Cassante.
Alawi buffs coming through. I don't know if it was on this, but I think it was the patch before. But a range increase on her tentacle.
Yeah. And I think she
Something to do with the W as well.
She
Yeah,
maybe
that got
this
tuned
patch.
back a little bit. Because it was just very oppressive, I guess, in solo queue. We don't really see it in competitive. Going to be the Orianna again here for Ace. Now, 116 has his choice of the counter matchup. And he's something we saw him play a lot of last year. Haven't yet seen him play it in this split.
I really like the Sylas. As soon as he hovered Sylas, I saw how many good ults there were to take. Renata, Maokai being the obvious ones.
I think it'll be Hui.
Okay. I like the Hui. 1116, probably our best Hui in the PCS.
Yeah, pretty much. I test anyway. He has been phenomenal on the Hui, and it is a pretty exciting champ to watch, so I'm never opposed to seeing a Hui. I also think there's quite a lot of safety offered for the Hui, which maybe you'd be worried about up against a Maokai, but especially as you do start grouping around these objectives, you do just have Amelio with that Breath of Light able to get you out of a lot of harm's way. As long as the Amelio's not getting hit by the hostile takeover or the Nature's Graft, you're going to be able to save your team. Quite a lot of punishment.
Yeah, not a whole lot of threat onto this Hui either. I don't really know who's going to kill him. I guess it just has to be Maokai ults.
Yeah, a bit of lockdown, but again, I think that's... Milio just gained so much value in this comp.
Yeah, and there's not even all that much follow-up. It's probably not going to be a lethality Varus. I don't know if you can even really afford to go a lethality Varus this game.
Yeah, especially not with the Renata. I think you pretty much always want to be on hit with the Renata. You're also just not going to do much into the Cassante if you don't have the on hit.
Yeah, the Cassante is going to be a problem. I mean... Maybe not. Maybe this Alawi's just going to put him in the dirt.
I think last time, I don't know if it was last split. Was it last split or was it spring split? I'm not sure. But the LCO, when they came over last time, Lived, who was on Team Bliss at the time, he actually picked Alawi into driver then too.
Oh, okay.
And solo died level 3. But that was against Jax. That wasn't against Cassante. I think you shouldn't really be dying level 3 against Cassante, so I don't think we'll see that this game. But, you know... Driver does play solo queue on the Korean server, and so he deals with a lot of Alawi one tricks. So I'm sure he's aware of how to play up against this champion.
Yeah, we'll see. I was kind of singing Tana's praises. We'll see if he can get it done. He did end up getting counterpicked this game with a lot of his champs banned. No Jace for him or Yone for him this game. But he did also just have the option of the Gnar. Gnar Orianna, not a bad combo.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, all runes pretty much as you'd expect.
Yeah, lethal tempo on the Varus. First strike on the Lucian. Cleanse over Ignite. Sometimes you see the Ignite Lucian, but definitely needs cleanse this game.
Yeah, there's just too much
Varus.
lockdown.
Maokai.
Even with the Milio, there's so many different layers of CC that can come through that having 2 ways out does feel pretty good, especially later on in the game where one bit of CC can just cause you to lose a very important objective, even perhaps the game.
So both junglers going for pretty much the same start this game. Trade in the bot lane definitely going to favor the Varus Renata at this point.
As you see there, yeah, Driver,
Oh my.
he's losing this trade.
Yeah, getting absolutely beat up.
Where are you going, Driver? That's not your side of the map.
Yeah, he is on the wrong side of the map. Is he stalling for Husha to get here? Or
I
is
think
he
he's
dead?
just dying. He's got movement, so
Okay. Wow,
he loses sums.
gave him a bit of a runaround.
A few emotes thrown up in the middle of that, but he does manage to survive, but certainly not very healthily.
Yeah.
Level 2 now. Oh,
nice
Soulgrab
E.
does connect. Driver, he's in the XP range, so he gets that level up, but certainly suffering early on here. Oh, okay, he dodges a second slap, but...
So let's get Maokai up here ASAP and give Driver the treatment they gave Tana. Looks like he's actually moving towards bot. Renata is a very good champion to dive with, but Husha might get here.
Well, very good early game from V3. I mean, their bot lane has absolute priority, so we'll be able to attend this blue buff fight if anything happens, and we'll just be stronger at this stage of the game. They even get the cleanse now, the handshake. And Feng and Stay True not doing so well this game.
HRK does get the blue buff with the smite, and look at 1116's HP.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
Ace had him in a similar spot last game, but he's got even more mana than last time.
yeah, BYG just kind of getting run around the map here. There's no smite for HRK, so who should be able to get this? Twist Advance does come through, though. And it is also going to be Hatel who has first move. Handshake will connect onto Stay True, and does seem like they're out of harm's way now. Surprised HRK's not pressuring around this bot lane even more.
Yeah, decides he does steal the blue buff, and it would be pretty nice to pressure around the top lane as well, honestly. Driver pretty low. Might go for double crab, but doesn't have his smite up.
Oh. Going aggressive.
Yeah. I think he's got him.
No Psalms here. This should be a very dead Cassante.
Wow.
Well, he actually lives.
Yeah, sliver of HP, probably single-digit HP on the Cassante there, but he cannot hang out for long. You actually can't recall while this Alawi E is on you. Husha's coming too. This might get scary for V3, but I think they can just pretty cleanly kill Driver and get out here.
Pathmaker does make you deceptively tanky, but Driver somehow, once again, will survive. Get his health back from the level up, and maybe seems a little less gankable now all of a sudden, but still, he's not faring too well early on here in the lane. He has actually maintained CS fairly well, all things considered. Pathmaker used here, and he's going to get that Q3 and take a substantial chunk of damage for his trouble. And now, eventually, once this tether's done, he should be able to get a recall and teleport back to lane, but...
Yeah, Tana's actually used his TP already, but with permanent prio, he's not really going to suffer too much for being down a teleport. He wants this plate onto Cassante's tower. I think he'll get it here and then probably get a recall.
So far, a lot of brawling.
Yeah.
From every single lane.
Yeah, this looks like torture for the Cassante. He is CSing really well, Driver. And you're seeing maybe the difference is that last game, when this happened to Tana, he just got killed under his tower pretty cleanly. And even 3 members rotated up to punish him, just staying low HP under his tower. Driver able to just sit under his tower on low HP and catch what he can. Not really getting punished.
For sure. Husha doing a pretty good job of being where he needs to be at the right time.
Yeah, both bot and top.
Yeah, exactly. Path towards the bot side, and HRK got the blue, but wasn't able to find a dive just by nature of the Vi being there. And then even top was there pretty much at the same time HRK was looking for a dive top, so even going to pick himself up a dragon some way, somehow.
All lanes with an advantage for V3 so far. So, yeah, getting away with murder, Husha there to pick up that dragon. His bot lane was pretty low, so a dragon fight might have been just too hard. No cleanse on the Lucian, and he has already backed, so probably not going to be able to do anything on the Maokai.
Q3 there won't connect. Driver's trades look a little bit better now.
Yeah, has a big wave behind him too.
And the Bramble Vest, meaning a little bit of the healing that Alawi does have in her kit, will be lessen just that a little bit more. Like maybe Alawi has to be a little bit concerned. Maybe not. Leap of Fate used there to dodge out of that CC coming through from the Natofu strikes, but it is a big cooldown now that is not going to be available anymore for Tana.
Yeah, Driver maybe can kill him if he stays, but he decides not to. Maokai is bot side, and I think they even see Vi. Does check the Void Grubs to see if Vi is on them. He is aware that Vi can be ganking him, and is very close to 6.
Shockwave comes out. Won't be a trade of ults. I think Ace ultimately just looking for a recall timing, and pretty much forces that to be a possibility. So
yeah, commits the ult. Gets a chunk.
Goes wide. Culling coming out here, as well as that super awesome kick, and all of a sudden, Binny is very much off worse for wear in that trade. Nature's Grass, though, and through does come HRK. They're looking for the kill here onto Feng. He has his flash available, and he's able to get out for now and flash forward here from Husha. He does find that cease and desist shield coming out, and looks like there won't be a kill just yet. In fact, there will be, but it's going to be Binny who picks up that first blood with that empowered piercing arrow, and bot lane going very successful here, despite the counter gank coming through from Husha.
Yeah, V3 managed a way to punish this Lucian cleanse being down. They don't manage to get a kill onto Lucian. It's actually the re-engage attempt by Husha, maybe overestimating how much his bot lane had in the tank there. Lucian at this point he trades well in the 2v2s, but isn't going to win you an extended 3v3. Really not able to follow up on that kill or that Vi ult at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit ambitious from Husha. I believe bailout was still available. And
yeah, I think so. So it starts with a trade of ults here that definitely goes in Beyond's favor. Feng actually levels to 6 and instantly ults Binny. But little do they know, there is a Maokai behind them. And, I mean, Feng does lose his flash here. And then Husha, again, is honestly in the right place at the right time, but I think he was planning to actually ult the Renata there and not give her a chance to use the handshake or the revive.
The bailout?
The bailout. But ends up having to ult Binny. He's not quite in range when he flashes. So he was in the right place at the right time again, just misplayed it.
Seems like HRK might still be opting for the Frozen Heart this game. So it's definitely not as strong as it once was, but still a perfectly okay item.
Yeah, a lot of physical damage, just the Hui for magic damage. Lucian Milio doing a decent chunk of magic damage as well.
For sure. And then true damage from Driver,
who has stabilized this lane until Illaoi gets a couple items anyway.
Yeah, but they'll have very different roles when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, Illaoi probably hoping to not have a role in any of the coming team fights.
Sit in the side lane in 1v3, the classic.
Yeah.
It was a empowered piercing arrow, but it wasn't able to find its mark.
So V3 gonna hit this tower, no TPs up from either top laner. Looks like HRK is gonna help his mid laner get priority mid, but Husha's here too. Ace has to be careful.
Down river, but oh, 6 landing a bit of CC, but honestly not that much damage.
Yeah. No flash on Husha.
Looking for Ace. In the meanwhile, though, it is going to be V3 picking themselves up a dragon, so that'll even up the score 1-1. And Hextech Soul is what we're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, and if you're playing for this, ult onto 1116 actually.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp, when everyone is here, are they going to be able to find any more follow-up? It doesn't seem like it. 116 does get away, but a lot more vulnerable now will this way be without that flash. So certainly an angle in the coming 5 minutes where HRK can perhaps look for kill pressure on the mid lane.
Yeah, Ace had already used his ultimate, so no follow-up once the Maokai ulti lands. But they do get the flash.
Driver dodging out of that soul tether, otherwise that trade would have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, he is maxing the soul tether on Illaoi.
So with the static shiv for Feng.
Yeah.
Something that's been rising in popularity recently. Pretty much on all 80Ks that used to buy Stormrazor. They just get the cheaper item. Doesn't give you the movement speed, of course, but you get wave clear, and it just means you get to your second item that much quicker.
Yeah, we've even seen it on Aphelios.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's the last champion I expected to see with a static shiv.
Who was the first champion you expected to see with a static shiv?
Zeri.
Yeah, that's...
She just has lightning, bouncing lightning on her ult, so...
Volibear?
Bouncing lightning. Yeah. Volibear close second place. Shojin was the first item for Illaoi. I was wondering what he was going to go for.
Makes sense. Do have some spam ability in that W.
Yeah, ability haste very strong. AD ratios very high. So maybe a more damage-oriented build.
Yeah, what do we think? The Shojin into like Styrax or like Black Cleaver
Black
or something
Cleaver
like that?
always feels pretty good. It did get buffed on this patch, so yeah, maybe a Black Cleaver, maybe a Styrax. Probably Styrax if he's planning to fight. You kind of just have to have that item on Illaoi to show up to any team fight.
Yeah, being able to just use your W more after popping your ult feels pretty important.
Iceborne Gauntlet into Black Cleaver used to be a popular build.
That was back with Mythics though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, BYG found some time here with 116 soaking up a lot of this pressure to pick themselves up a Rift Shield completely uncontested.
Yeah, we'll see if V3 commits to taking this tower. They do have Maokai
Shockwave
ult.
comes through and 116 not quite got the wave clear to clear out this minion wave, but do eventually, and actually HRK, he's gonna have to flash away.
Yeah, so Beyond kind of winning out on both sides of the map, managed to defend their blue and grab a Rift Herald there. And they don't manage to get the spot tower, even though they did chunk 1116 out. It's not going to amount to much until maybe Maokai ult.
Yeah, Nature's Grass does come through, but it's answered with that Spiraling Despair.
What?
And 116 turns that on its head and picks himself up the solo bolo in a 2v1.
Yeah, I did not see a kill coming there at all for the Hui. I thought he was the one in trouble, but 1116 showing how strong Hui can be against this armor stacking Maokai anyway.
Very good Hui player. And did you see how much health Driver just lost? Just because Illaoi was hitting the tether?
Yeah, just one E lands. Goodbye to half his HP.
Has his Iceborne Gauntlet now on the Cassante, so spiking a little bit, but ultimately it doesn't feel like you should ever really be killing Illaoi.
Yeah, I don't think it does much for the 1v1 matchup. The armor is nice, but it usually helps you stick on to champions, but Illaoi will not be running away.
Illaoi doesn't really have that option. Oh, Handshake lands onto Feng. Nice piercing arrow, so Feng certainly losing out on that trade, but there isn't too much to play for. 25 seconds until this Hextech Dragon. Feng will be still healthy enough, especially with that cozy campfire, to contest.
So Husha does have his ulti up. It seems like he's fishing for an ult, but without Lucian ult up, it might be difficult to follow up any Vi ults.
Yeah, 116 is very close to completing Seraph. In fact, as I said, it does upgrade now into the Seraph, so we'll have the shield available for himself for a little bit more survivability. Quite low on mana, though, is 116 on the way.
Yeah.
On the other side, Ace, I mean, he's got everything up. Flash, teleport, ult, full on mana, full on health.
Oh no, Illaoi is grouping. See what they can do here, V3, Maokai ult.
Nature's Grass, that should just land onto Driver, and he should be okay to just tank that one up. Soul Tether does connect too, and all of a sudden, this Cassante is now half HP. It is V3 with control over the river. Did cost them their Maokai ult, and Driver's getting very, very low, not really finding an angle in. Maybe it's going to be up to Husha. Shockwave comes through and it lands onto 116. He is going to have to pop that flash, and now Dragon, number 2, should be on the cards. In fact, it will be picked up here by V3.
Yeah, Tana actually lands the tether onto Driver, chunks him out, and then...
Oh.
Okay. Statrid loses his flash there to charge the Herald in. And 116 losing his flash too. After that tether landed onto Driver, there were just like 3 tentacles in that choke, just slapping Beyond around and making it really awkward for them to walk up. It didn't really look like they knew what to do, as their only form of engage is just Husha running up and ulting. So I'm surprised that Alawi was able to have that much impact in the 5v5.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of zone control, right? The Maokai ult comes out, you have Orianna Ball, which is a permanent threat, even the Chain of Corruption, hostile takeover.
Yeah.
Just so much zone control.
Yeah, a lot of teamfight ults on this V3 comp. I might have actually underestimated how good their team fighting will be. Alawi not usually, you know, a champ you look to for strong team fighting.
For sure, often wants to be just left alone to her own devices in the side lane, but at least thus far, certainly having impact. One headed top side. There is, of course, no Rift Shield that was taken earlier, and Baron still 50 seconds away from spawning. Quite a lot of Baron damage coming through for the side of V3 just by nature of having that on-hit Varus.
So, yeah, Rift Herald coming up soon. Lucianol comes out.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, it takes about half of Renata's HP out.
Little losing a lot of health. Teleport's coming through. Nature's Grasp is going to be all onto at least Driver for now, and he's just going to be absolutely eliminated. Some of the strength coming through of that on-hit Varus really being shown in full force as Driver goes from 100 to 0 in record time there. 116 now. Everyone's flashing for him. He doesn't have his flash up. Shockwave will connect, and a lot of damage. Spiraling Despair was used, and HRK also going to get pretty low, but so far it's 2 for 0, heavily in favor of V3.
Yeah, and I don't know. It feels like maybe Husha's a little hesitant to pull the trigger on his Vi ult, but I don't know if I blame him, just because there's not a lot of follow-up able to come through. Really well played by V3, just recognizing 1116 has no flash. You can commit your Maokai flash and Orianna flash onto him and pick up the kill. And sorry, it's not Rift Herald spawning, it's Baron. We've had a pretty slow-paced game, apart from a couple fights. So, fight looks pretty good. Feng gets a massive chunk onto Renata, but Renata's not really going to be missing this HP. She can play so far back, and it's actually Driver kind of dreaming on this flank. As soon as the Alawi TP comes through, he realizes he maybe just needs to get out of there.
Ooh.
And he goes down a lot faster than you maybe expect. And that's the advantage of the on-hit Varus versus the lethality Varus, right? Lethality Varus maybe takes a little longer to kill the Cassante there. But with the Blade of the Ruin King already.
Sure, and they did not find the opportunity for the Baron, so not the worst situation in the world, but certainly it is V3 that are favored to win thus far.
Yeah.
Up a dragon, 1 minute until the next dragon, and we saw how much control they can have over that river. They did lose the Orianna flash as well as the Maokai flash in the last engagement when they did follow up to try and find the kill onto 116, and so crucial cooldowns that won't be available for this next Hextech Soul maybe is a difference maker. Thornmail as well, completed now for Driver on the Cassante. A little bit tankier, although really still shouldn't be too difficult for Benny to be able to shred on through.
Yeah, plenty of magic damage in the kit as well for the on-hit Varus. Especially if he's going for Rage Blade second.
Sapling does not connect.
Was it a llama? What is that sapling?
Not sure.
It
I
looked
only
like a
played
little
Meowkai.
alpaca. It looked like a little alpaca or something. I don't know.
Maybe it is. Because the DRX skin, right? And that was always a reference to Deft.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. BYG trying to hold control over this mid wave ahead of the Dragon and doing a very good job of it. That Spiraling Despair chunking both Ace as well as HRK down very, very low. And all of a sudden, BYG, they're not going to have to worry about the zone control because they just have so much priority over this mid wave and health bar advantages that it should just be their Dragon to claim.
Yeah, and it feels like you kind of have one chance to impact the fight as Alawi. You get to throw one E, and if it doesn't land, I mean, the fight, you know, you're just kind of standing around, walking in circles. Ace, actually, I think, pretty intelligently just TP's top and sees if he can get this top tower. And Tana going to be pressuring bot now because he'll have his TP up still. You don't need both TPs. So I like that TP from Ace.
Ace doing a really good job of just using his shockwave to chunk out 116 to near on 0 HP, just time and time again. This time, though, it is going to be the teleport back, so it doesn't feel too bad, and definitely without the shockwave isn't too much pressure.
Yeah, burning 116's flash a couple of times, and he's actually been putting pressure on the Sway from the very start of the game, right?
Yeah.
So, also Binny having a really good game on the Varus. It was banned away from him by Beyond in the first game. Maybe seeing why. As Ace did already get out of here. So Beyond are going to pick up the top tier 1. Actually yet to take a tower yet, V3.
Yeah, a lot of low towers though. That bot lane and top lane tower on minimal amounts of health. Culling coming out here of Feng, looking for very aggressive trades.
Honestly, it feels like after first recall, drivers had permanent prio, and it's translated into a rotation here, maybe. Nature's Grasp is going to be on cooldown now as driver pops the ghost, looking for something. Doesn't feel like the easiest angle. Pathmaker going to be used here, trying to take Tana out of the fight, and at least for the time being, he's done a pretty good job, but that Test of Fate getting driver so low, and now it's basically transitioned into a 4v4. Long-range skill shots coming out of both teams, and going to disengage from the situation. Driver, though, notably, he does have that teleport available for himself. Black Cleaver now completed for Tana on the Alawi. Piercing Arrow as well connects there onto Feng. HRK, though, he's very low again ahead of this fight. Also doesn't have that Nature's Grasp. This is kind of a rough spot to be the Maokai. Shockwave does go wide as Feng's able to use that Relentless Pursuit to dodge out of it. Driver, though, with that teleport, he's found himself on a flank here. Could be just the perfect flank. Isn't able to use that Pathmaker to dodge out of that Twisted Advance. And Driver, he's getting low. Bailout's going to be used, but he's not going to get the reset. All Out does now come through as Tana's trying to find the trade back, but at least it's an immediate 2 kills. Both going over to Feng here. 3 remain now, 4v3 as both the carries. And Tana, he does have teleport available for himself, so it's not the easiest Baron in the world if BYG want to turn their attention towards it. But it looks like it will just be the gold claimed and the recalls coming through. Yeah, a couple kills, couple summoners claimed by Beyond as well. Though they did lose Flash on the Vi and the Lucian. And it was just really unfortunate losing HRK's Flash on the Maokai earlier because Feng did not have Cleanse. So any fight where you can maybe flash route onto the Varus with the Maokai would have been nice to have, especially in that situation where Beyond are kind of forcing a sketchy Baron. But yeah, I mean, they bait V3 in, and Driver finds a ridiculous flank, which leaves Binny especially in a really awkward spot with a Cassante behind him. He can't just sit there and hit Cassante and get collapsed on by the rest of Beyond. Still, honestly, I don't think those kills are going to be too impactful. It's going to be Terminus next for the Varus. It is 3 items already on the solution. First strike and a couple kills. And I kind of want to just see this Alawi in the side lanes more. I'm surprised Drivers just, as I was saying before, just has had priority ever since first recall, essentially. It's Alawi who's been up against their tower. Here's Driver again.
That Driver's going to be first into the mid lane. Binny getting so low. Going to have to flash away from that. Culling. Shockwave comes through, though, and it does connect there onto Feng. Teleport as well here coming through as Tana will join this fight. Driver standing in front. He's going to be the one to tank up that Test of Fate. But on the other side, it's HRK getting low. Bailout does come through, but it shouldn't be enough for a reset. And in fact, it won't be. Yet another kill going over to BYG as 116 continues to wail in on this wave from so far away. Ace is full HP. Tana is also full HP, but without a jungler, it's going to be the Baron now started up for Beyond. We'll see what V3 can do to try and get them off it. So important cooldowns are missing, but hostile takeover does remain up. Feng, he's trading aggressively onto this Alawi. It is going to be that leap of fate used, but he's not going to find all that much as all of a sudden cease and desist now, and everything coming down. It's going to be Ace going down first. Driver, he is going to get away, but Feng doesn't have that luxury as he's taken down on the backside by Tana's Alawi, and so now we have ourselves a 4v3. Driver low, no teleport just yet, but will be coming up in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, both top laners claiming a kill there. I didn't even see how Feng went down. I didn't think Tana could get anything there. HRK maybe can go for a steal here.
Yeah, no AD carry available here for the side of BYG means that this dragon will be taken out very, very slowly. Benny, though, he does manage to recall and get back here, full HP, full mana, and so priority over this river once again afforded 2v3. They have Nature's Grasp, they have the Chain of Corruption. There's a lot of important ultimates that are going to be missing. Cease and Desist, Breath of Light, as well as that All Out. Means that I'm not sure how BYG can fight this, even if they try to. Pathmaker coming out. The Tofu Strikes will connect on that third one there onto Benny, but there is no threat, and he is just wailing in on that clone of Driver. Teleport available here for the Cassante if he chooses to back and use it. Looks like he will be. Hextech Gate used. Hoosh has found his way onto the back line if he chooses to come over. Blast Cone available. It is the Dragon picked up here. Dragon number 3 now for V3. Hoosh is trying to find his way in. One Vault Breaker coming through. He's channeling, but chooses to not go in as V3 pick themselves up the Dragon and don't lose anything for it.
Look at Feng's HP. I think that was just off of an Alawi. Maybe some poke landing from Varus too, but he just gets hit by one Alawi and gets chunked to, you know, 10%, 20% HP and just you can't fight anymore. Beyond, we're looking to maybe punish, and it's soul point for V3 now. So what happened there was it was a 4v4, and Beyond tried to rush the Dragon quickly, but V3 get them off the Dragon and then stole until their Orianna, because it was the Lucian missing for Beyond and the Orianna missing for V3, but Orianna can TP back to the fight. So they time their hit on the Dragon pretty well, and they've killed it essentially as Feng has walked over to the fight. And yeah, honestly, this Alawi's kind of come alive in the team fights. It really just does boil down to landing an E or not, though.
Now, Pusha, Vault Breaker coming through. Actually,
there it is.
Massive amounts of damage onto HRK. Yeah, Test of Spirit does connect, but Feng's able to get out pretty quickly. Dodging out of these tentacles now is the name of the game. Oh, hit by a piercing arrow, and all of a sudden Feng's very, very low. Have to wait for that cozy campfire to come up for Stay True. There it is. So Feng getting a bit of health back. Moonstone helping out a lot too. 1-6. He's finding a lot of damage. HRK, he might just go down. Is he going to survive? He does just barely survive, and largely because of that locket, but so much damage. Once again, a 3-man Pathmaker, cease and desist, but it's a shockwave from Ace. That's huge. So far, it is going to be a 2-for-1. More tentacles slapping down, and 1116 with the 3-pointer secures himself the third of the team fight. Ace and Hitel do remain alive, but BYG coming up huge in that engagement.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing why we consider 1116 the best way in the region. He pretty much stopped that Baron single-handedly by chunking out the Maokai, and then finds a bunch of follow-up damage, managing to kill Tana as well, who, no slouch on the Alawi, pretty much did his team's entire damage that fight. We'll see what happened to HRK here. He just gets chunked by 1116 on the way, essentially. Maokai ult not getting much done, just landing onto Driver.
Driver with the Pathmaker here.
Yeah.
So good. Nice hostile takeover to try and stop any follow-up damage.
Yeah, it looked like maybe Alawi was going to be able to turn this around, but just too healthy on the side of Beyond. I think he did kill one and force Husha's flash out, but then gets traded back by 1116.
1-6 now, 3 items. The Leandries is now completed. It's going to help him oh so much up against the likes of this Maokai and Alawi. Getting through a bit of that health. Is going to really need to try and get some magic pins soon, though, as it is at least a Spirit Visage completed from Tana, and it looks like maybe an Abyssal Mask or even a Arcanic Recurn could be coming through for HRK.
Who do you reckon Husha has Anathemas on?
Probably Binny.
Yeah, probably, right?
Yeah, just for the damage reduction more than anything.
So, you know, Beyond do win that fight, but all of their wins, all the wins for either team have honestly been so slight that it hasn't really amounted into anything massive. Every tier 2 is still up, but someone is going to get this dragon, and it's a very big deal if V3 can get it. This is the strongest soul in the game, I think.
For sure, 50 seconds now. They managed to get that mid lane tower taken out. So map open just a little bit more for the LJL representatives in V3, but the culling's coming through now from Feng, and pretty reasonable amount of damage onto Tana, but bit of a whiffed engage here as we've found our way once again here onto Ace, and Ace gets the bailout, but he's not going to be able to get the reset. It is one kill going over to BYG to start out the team fight. Stay True only just surviving, but only just surviving does he need. It is going to be traded back eventually. Stay True does go down. Double kill though for Feng, and Tana's not much longer for this world as he does go down. It's a 4-for-1 in favor of BYG, and they might just be marching down the mid lane. Dragons be damned. BYG found the team fight win and possibly the game.
I hope we get a replay of that fight because 1116 engaged that team fight with his face. I mean, Feng did a massive amount of damage, but Feng just flashed over an Orianna ult, burns Ace's flash, and then still lands his full combo onto him and takes him out. Getting a bit of revenge for a rough early game.
It is going to be to no avail. V3 putting up an excellent fight here in game number 2, but BYG will clean it up. They will get it done largely off the back there of 116. 2-0 in favor of BYG, but I don't think that really tells the story of that series. I think V3 playing pretty tremendously there in game number 2. HRK having a bit of a rough one. A lot of those team fights, he's just a 1 HP Maokai to start it off. I think a lot of heavy lifting done there from Tana on the Alawi. We didn't really expect it. We haven't seen it in the PCS. Now we have, and it looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think if they had made slightly better rotations in the early game with mid and jungle, they could have really punished Driver for being, you know, 200 HP under his tower. But even though they didn't, the Alawi still managed to have plenty of impact. It's just, I'm surprised she never really had prio. But I think it was the 1116 show. I think the reason HRK was always low, always chunked out in those fights was he just stacked armor with a Frozen Heart and the Bombies that game, and 116 just made his life miserable on the Maokai. Just constantly landing spells from ridiculous range, as Hui does. Pretty impressive game.
For sure. I mean, we said it before the game, 116 probably, at least from our money, the best performing Hui that we've had so far.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of good performing ones, but he just is so consistently landing absolutely everything he needs to. It was a rough start to the game. I think Ace did a fantastic job at shutting him down in the lane, constantly forcing him to lose flash, to just be chunked out, lose teleport to get back to lane, and the likes of that. But when it came to those team fights, I mean, there was a few slip-ups around the Dragon, but other than that, I mean, he was playing out of his mind. He was finding his almost one-shotting the Maokai before the fights would start.
Yeah, even
a lot
that
of zone
play
control around the Baron, I think, is the main one, where it was just a 3v4 or something to start out, and he just chunks almost the whole team and forces HRK to be pretty much null and void.
Yeah, that
Just a great
2v1, that 2v1 as well.
Yeah, true. Got the kill there,
yeah.
Yeah, true. I forgot about that. He 2v1 and just got a kill.
Yeah, you just switched it on at a certain point in this game, which is honestly really hard to do when you're just getting beat up into your tower by an Orianna whole game, just constantly ulting you, chunking you out. So impressive he can bounce back from that. And Husha having a great game too. Felt like he was all over the map.
Yeah, I think he didn't do a whole lot, like, actually, but he was just always where he needed to be to stop something happening to his lanes. I mean, top, bot, right at the start of the game, he was exactly, pretty much on the exact timing he needed to be to ensure that Driver didn't get dove, to ensure Feng and Stay True didn't get dove. I agree, but his scoreline didn't really say how much impact he was actually having.
Yeah, even in a few of those mid-game team fights where it was just a 5v5 in the mid lane, he had no real follow-up on the buy, so he was just standing in front of his teammates holding Q while the fight was happening, stopping Binny from being able to auto or really position aggressively, and then just queuing away. And he did that, I think, 2 or 3 times in one fight, just never even committing, because if he ever commits, he just goes in and dies.
Yeah, and I think we could also see it. There's a lot of peel for the Lucian, so he can also use the Vi ult defensively. I mean, it always feels a bit weird to do that, but Driver was ultimately tanking up so much damage for so long in these team fights, where he did have the opportunity to do as you said, just hold that Vault Breaker. If someone walks out of position, he can go forward, look for the engage. Otherwise, he can just hold it and then make sure they can't come forward onto his Lucian. And I mean, Feng, he had a kind of a quiet game too. A lot of these team fights didn't really feel like he was all that active. There's a few good cullings admittedly, but then that last fight, I think we really saw him come into his own, because just out of nowhere, he just did 8,000 damage in the fight. And it was like, I didn't even notice him doing it, but
yeah, I was paying attention
we're going
to
to see
the
it
way.
now. How does this fight even start? It was just...
I guess Maokai ult, but I mean, I don't know how you start a fight either way. Yeah, really nice culling from Feng here. And maybe this is the fight where Husha's just standing around. Oh, this is the final fight. C1116 flashes that Orianna ult, gets Ace's flash, who doesn't make it over the wall, and still lands his full combo onto Ace, and the fight's just over at that point. Orianna is a lot of your damage on this comp.
For sure. Ace having a pretty good game, all things considered. I mean, you can see now on the top side of the fight, it was just Feng constantly outputting as much of those double shots as he possibly can, dipping in and out. And
yeah. Orianna probably your main threat onto the Lucian as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Very close in damage in the mid and ADC role.
I can't believe, by the way, how well Driver survived that lane.
Yeah.
I don't know how you ever survived that lane that well, but he was... like,
I mean, after how
sub
it started,
100 HP, like twice before going back the first time, to then come back and just have Prio in your lane for the rest of the entire game. I mean,
lest we forget that how he played the level 1 in that matchup.
Just
I mean,
running
we
around in
praise
a
him.
circle.
Yeah, we praise him for having the best matchup knowledge in the PCS. Do you reckon that was some matchup knowledge, doing a couple laps of the lane? I'm trying to think of...
I guess you probably can't actually die as the Cassante at level 1,
Ghost,
right? Because you have the Ghost, and you can get flashed on, but there's no CC or anything. It is just an auto-attack reset that Alawi has. And so I guess he didn't feel like he could die, so it's better that he just uses his Ghost and gets XP. Not sure that that's the correct play or not, but I'm assuming that's sort of his thought process.
Ultimately, it worked out, so...
Yeah, didn't it?
Yeah, he did well. He was really suffering.
In a roundabout way.
Yeah, he was suffering against his turret, but managed to get most of the CS. And then once he TP'd back to the lane with Bombies, or Bramble, sorry, he just had Prio the whole time.
He did. And it's once again the Feng show outside of Husha, who... It's something that anyone that hasn't watched the PCS and hasn't seen these graphics before, you will notice that 9 times out of 10 it is the jungle that is taking the most damage per death. It's just almost every single game it's the jungle, but sometimes we get surprised. We had an entire AD carry one time last week. I remember that. And I was like, how does that ever happen? But it was like a 50 kill game or something ridiculous where the AD carry hadn't died much.
Yeah, usually the top laners do take more damage, but they die a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be Feng picking up the MVP. I mean, I don't hate it. Honestly, it was between either Feng or 116. But I think I would have given it to 116. I guess the early game was a bit questionable out of him.
Yeah.
Which is probably where Feng didn't really... He was just 0-0-0 for the first 25 minutes of the game.
Yeah, he didn't even go down to that Maokai flank in the bot lane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, understandable. Feng gets it. I did like it going to 116, but, I mean, can't really fault Feng's performance.
Now, those are pretty decent stats.
Yeah.
I mean, ending up the 2,100 gold. I'm pretty sure Penny had a really good... He was 2-0 at the start of that game as the Varus, so...
Up CS. And this fight was... honestly, 116 landing a massive chunk onto HRK, which means that Lucian is free to really hit without having to worry about this Maokai, and then it looked like maybe Alawi was gonna cook something up in such a narrow choke, but he ends up just getting some flashes.
It was so close.
Yeah. I mean, he gets a bunch of flashes, but 116 snipes him.
Absolutely.
At the end there.
It's sad we didn't get to see 116 throw up the 3 sign again. That was the highlight.
Yeah.
We didn't even get a very emotional Driver dance today.
Yeah.
Usually he gets really, really stuck in there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just another day at the office.
Yeah, just putting in an honest shift as Cassante into Alawi. Not a matchup we've seen. I mean, this whole series was kind of strange, right? We haven't seen Lucian in quite a while outside of PCS spamming it in one series for no particular reason.
Yeah.
That was the most recent Lucian I remember. And then, I mean, the Volley Bear, we haven't seen that at all, I don't think, in the PCS.
Yeah, maybe
Alawi,
we'll
we haven't
see
seen
more.
the PCS.
Yeah, definitely no Alawi.
Playoffs are already spicing up.
We're seeing a lot more Cassante than we expected. I know I said we're still going to see the champion,
Yeah.
but I feel like I was right and wrong because it's kind of looked terrible.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been looking too hot. I mean, especially when you compare it to the Cassante of Pass, right? The Cassante of Pass was just absolutely destroying. But that is this first series of the night done and dusted. We're going to go to an interview now with Patty and Driver, and we'll be back right after.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 BYG 的上路选手 Driver， 请 Driver 先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BYG 的上路 Driver。
Congratulations for winning your first match in the playoffs, also against an LJL team. How do you feel right now?
おめでとうございます。今日はプレーオフの初勝利を得得しましたね。しかし LJL チーム相手にの試合でしたか？现在的気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们获得你们季后赛的第一胜，还是与 LJL 队伍的比赛，现在心情如何？
我只能说非常开心啊，因为之前如果要跟日本打的话，都只有在团练或者是世界赛才有機會遇到，然後這次我們季後賽就遇到了，然後而且還贏了，所以非常開心。
とても嬉しいと思いますね。以前日本のチームと戦うことはめったにないので、今回プレーオフで初対戦の相手は日本チームのことは、しかも勝ちを取ることはすごく嬉しいと思います。
So I'm really happy that we're able to play against LGL team in the playoffs, because before this, we were only going to play against them at internationals or at scrims. So this time we were able to play against them in playoffs, so I'm really happy about that. Today your opponent V3 played very aggressive. How did your team fight back against them?
はい、今日の対戦相手の V3 は非常的に攻撃的プレーを見せ出したが、その戦い方に対してどのような対応をしましたか？
你们今天对面的 V3 表现非常的激进，打法非常激进。你们对上他们的攻势是怎么扛下来的？
就以第二把那个情况来讲，他们选的角色都是线上非常强势的，然后导致我们前面3线都非常的烈，完全没有主动权，然后我们只能靠龙长了之后去找非常好的角度去切入，然后用盘战去赢这游戏，不然前面真的很难熬。
相手のチャンピオンの選ぶはすごく強いチャンピオンと思いますね。対戦したら苦戦になっちゃうんですけど、チーム戦インゲージの時はね、勝つを勝利をもらえてやっと勝ったと思います。
So let's say in the second game where we're facing against them, their laning phase is very strong. So we were kind of oppressed. So all we can do is during the team fights, we try to play well on the team fights and stand in the right position to win against them in the second game. Were you surprised when they chose Eloi on the top lane in the second game? How did you play against that?
ウィッサのトップ選手が第2戦でイラオイを選び、あなたたちに大きな問題を起こした。対戦相手がこのチャンピオンを選ぶことを予測していましたか？
你有想到对面第2局的时候拿出伊罗伊这支角色吗？你怎么对抗他的？
我跟 V3 上路 Tana 非常熟嘛，因为我都会跟他对练，然后我也知道他的角色池大概是如何，但是我今天是没有想过他会选出这个角色来恶心我，所以我打的是非常的痛苦。
So actually, I'm very surprised that the top lane Tana played Eloi, because I'm really familiar with him and we played a lot in scrims. So I'm actually very impressed by him.
トップ選手のタナ選手のチャンピオンプールはすごく多いとそのことをしているので、まさかのイラオイを選択したことは思わなかったですよね。すごく苦戦してしまいました。
What differences do you think the style is between LJL and PCS?
LJL のプレイスタイルと PCS のプレイスタイルにどんな違いがあると思いますか？
你觉得 LJL 跟 PCS 的打法有什么不同之处？
我觉得 LJL 的打法比较注重他们的韩援选手嘛。如果他们韩援是上路的话，那他们就会以上路做 carry 点位去突破。如果他们的韩援是可能
中下路的话，他们就会去让他们中下路做比较强势的突破，他们就是让本土选手去补助比较多吧，我觉得。当然有少数例外，像 EBI 嘛，他算是本土最强的上路，所以他们可以去围绕 EBI 做突破就好。
はい、そうですね。あとやっぱり違うところの違う戦法がありますよね。マインドとポットレインと他のレインの連携があまり予測できないのですごく辛いと思いますけど、一生懸命自分のことをやっているだけです。
So LJL's style is that they will play around their Korean imports. So if the Korean import is on the top lane, they'll play on the top lane more. If it's on the mid lane or on the bottom lane, then they'll play again, around that lane where the Korean imports are. For Evie, he's a very strong and noticeable LJL player. So they play around Evie for that. So you will be playing again 2 days later against the winner of the next match. Who do you think will win, GZ or DCG?
次の試合は2日後に後半戦で勝利したチームと対戦します。GZ と DCG どちらが有利だと思いますか？
你们下一次出赛会是在2天之后，对上的是下半场比赛的胜利队伍。你比较看好 GZ 还是 DCG？
我比较看好 DCG， 因为我支持我们本土的赛区，而且我们上次打 DCG 打得蛮痛苦的，我觉得他们季后赛会变超级猛。
僕は DCG を応援しますね。DCG はそのところのチームだから。そして前 DCG と戦う時はすごく苦戦しちゃったので、今回の DCG は絶対前より強いと思います。
So I think DCG will win because we played against them last time and we had a hard time, and also I want to support our own region. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Driver 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you for the interview. Hope you guys like the little jingle. I think that's one of my favorite little...
The interview jingle.
Yeah, the interview jingle is always my favorite. But it was, of course, in our first series of the playoffs, BYG taking it 2-0. It's not all done for V3. They will now go to the lower bracket, where they can fight for that third advancement in the play-ins to go through to the playoffs up against some big names.
Yeah, so now they have to win 2 series, right?
3. They have to win 3 series. So they have to win. They have to beat the loser of the next game, which will be Ground Zero versus DCG.
And then
they then have to beat the loser of the winner, with the winners match, and then they have to beat the team that's won every game from the other losers bracket.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So tall order now, just off of losing that one game, but there is still hope for them.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the difference between how they looked Game 1, Game 2, it's a promising sign. I think if they can continue on sort of that trajectory, then you may be able to find yourself having some success.
Yeah.
But that does do us for our first series. We're going to go to a quick break once again. When we are back, however, we'll have series number 2 between LCO's Ground Zero and DCG.
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. To lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pay on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good walking away from you. Makes me feel good having the place you had to. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good walking away from you. Makes me feel good having the place you had to. Oh, it just feels so good.
Ever since, it's all that I can see. I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight. Ever since, it's all that I can see. I'm convinced you've given up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting ready for our second series of the night, of course, between Ground Zero and DCG, which is brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, and of course the big one, the Grand Halai Taipei, which connects Nangang Exhibition, the Software Park, and of course the CTBC Financial Center. Unique accommodation experience, and how many rooms? 425, mate. 6 restaurants, banquet hall, the works. It is a great place, and without them, we wouldn't have been able to have the LJL or the LCO here in our playoffs. So big thanks to them. And now looking forward to the LCO versus the PCS once again. They haven't had a lot of success, have the LCO, and really trying to get some form going for themselves now.
That is all history. We've got new teams, new players, new configurations of players, and a new meta for the LCO to try take down DCG from the PCS. It's hard to figure out where to attack DCG as a team.
For sure.
We'll start with the strengths of Ground Zero. Surenfire probably wants to be on a carry. Lemus looked great, as we said before, on the Smolder. Kisei, I'm not as familiar with him this season, but he used to be really good on the Akali, the Sylas, the melee champs, the assassin champs. He was very good on.
I mean, on the other side, maybe, DCG. Can't really tell you what they play because Chris Garda's played 15 different champions in the mid lane. They did, in their most recent post-game interview with Orca, say that their current strategy is to have him as the carry, which they have been doing. They've played a lot of Senna in the bot lane. They've paired it up with the Hui a lot of the time. They often first pick the Smolder, but it just goes mid. Now, admittedly, Tide has played 1 game of Smolder, but Chris Garda's played 2. So if they do pick Smolder, you don't actually know what lane it's going to go to.
Same with Hui, same with Nico.
Yeah, Nico, yeah, exactly. There's just been a whole lot of flex picks for this team. I think the main known entities tend to be Taco. He did play a bunch of different stuff, but as of late has kind of transitioned into much of an Aatrox one-trick.
Yeah.
Not that he is an actual Aatrox one-trick, but just a lot of his games have just been on Aatrox recently. Now, admittedly, looking back to the past season, to 2023, he looked by far the best when he was on Renekton.
Yeah.
Recent Renekton buffs maybe means we might see him back on that champion because he did look truly like a different player when he had his...
If we're going to see Renekton, it's going to be Taco playing it. I mean, 665 does have the occasional game where he will just go 0 and 10.
Yep, this is true.
Surenfire being a big strength of Ground Zero, maybe get him on a favorable matchup, especially on these carry matchups. That Ground Zero look a lot better when they're, you know, putting Surenfire onto a carry.
For sure.
And I think DCG also look a lot better when they can throw a curveball at you in draft. I think Ground Zero do get to select sides because they were...
They're pool 1.
They were pool 1.
Wait, no, they're pool 2. They're pool 2. Ground Zero pool 1. Coming first from the LCO, they're going to be pool 1. So Ground Zero get to select sides, and I think against DCG...
You want red.
You want red 9 times out of 10 because they are by far the best team at utilizing that red side 5th pick and flexing around their entire comp, depending on what is shown.
Yeah.
Often they just pick a mid laner early on in the draft, and if they don't want it to go mid, they just send it down on bot lane. Orca playing perfectly good on tanks, on actual supports, or on Hui. I mean, he just plays absolutely everything. On your screen there, the kings of the unique champions. I mean, Kizei's got some more unique ones. I mean, the Set's in there, the Jace is in there.
Yasuo.
Something we haven't yet seen this split. Yeah, got the Yasuo game in there. Kriskada, though, I mean, what mid lane champ doesn't he have there? Ahri, we've said it throughout the split. He doesn't have an Ahri game. Orianna... also noticeably missing.
Orianna somehow not here for Kriskada. That's a very high priority champ. And I think actually the Jace being in Kisei's champion pool is a big deal, especially if both him and Theon can play the Jace. Because we saw it banned a lot in the last series, and it is gaining a lot of priority right now. Mostly in the top lane, but it is nice to have the flex
for sure.
available as well.
But yeah, as we said, Kriskada the king of flexing though, so...
Yeah.
He's probably got something cooked up if he does see a Jace. I mean, it might even just be the Tristana. This guy, for a lot of you LCO fans, you probably do remember Kriskada, but in the past, he was an AD carry. He was the DCG AD carry last year. This year, he has transitioned to become the mid laner for the team. Be ready for blood. There is champion kills. They both average roughly 33.
Yeah, for both first in the league.
Ground Zero slightly pulling ahead on that one.
Yeah,
They
massive gold leads.
Yeah, Ground Zero just stomping. Damn, Dragons as well. Nashes as well. 80%, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, 80% of Barons. DCG definitely not having as good of a record as Ground Zero.
Yeah.
In their individual leagues.
But that should just come from, I mean, Ground Zero won their league, whereas DCG came 5th, so
yeah.
You do expect slightly worse stats coming through from DCG. And honestly, the fact that they were no lower than 4th on all of those stats is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
They are a pretty unknown entity, even though, I mean, myself and Lowe have watched every
We've watched
single
them
game.
all split, and still we
still
do not
have
know.
no idea what's going to come out. So Ground Zero opted for blue side. Well, we'll see what they can get done there, but
yeah.
I feel like you have to be a little worried. DCG, once again, are the kings.
It's understandable that you go for blue side. It does seem to be clearly the stronger side.
Yeah.
Especially even in the last series, they didn't end up winning.
And this does give you
blue.
the Smolder first pick option.
Yeah, true. Limas looked ridiculous on the Smolder.
So center band, I think that's some good scouting done there. Tide. And honestly, the rest of DCG kind of looking best when he is on the center. He is obviously a very capable AD carry player, but once again, Orca, he said recently that they wanted him to become one of the carries, and he certainly was shaping up as one of the carries.
I think he straight up just said, I am the carry now.
Yep.
The Hui ban, I think, is really clever from Ground Zero. I like the Karma ban too. I'm not sure. I do remember Shiskada playing it, actually. There was the Blast Cone incident.
The Blast Cone
into
incident.
5 people.
Yeah, that was one of the Blast Cone incidents. Ash.
Ash first pick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're formulating the Godzilla draft here. Smolder, though, is open. And I don't know that Tide really wants to pick Callista into Ash.
I don't know if you want to pick Smolder either. They must have had something ready. DCG is one of our few teams. We've got a couple teams, notably J-Team and DCG, who just don't care.
Okay, so this is just going to be the Callista. All right. What are we going to pair alongside it? 665. I mean, this guy has looked phenomenal on the Lee Sin, having quite a number of highlight plays of late. Now, back to Ground Zero. I mean, I still don't see a reason not to pick Smolder. While it's not the strongest laner, and you might just want a strong laner with the Ashe, Ashe oftentimes will just 1v2 the lane.
Yeah, I mean, you can pretty much put anything with the Ashe, but Varus has been the strongest that we've seen. We've seen some Jhin as well.
Okay,
looks like
Volibear,
yeah.
Most likely going to be the jungler, but again...
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it is just so powerful to have that flex.
Yeah,
wow,
for sure.
okay, Pyke, Callista. We've seen the Pyke into Ashe a couple times.
We've seen one Pyke look really good. It was Orca's Pyke.
It was Orca's Pyke.
It was Orca's Pyke. Okay, Orca had the most ridiculous Pyke game.
Yeah.
So the very last game of the regular season here in the PCS, it was Draven Pyke for DCG. Draven started the game, I think it was 8-1.
Yeah.
Then an Aurelion Soul on the other side got a quadra kill. This game went for about 40 minutes despite an 8-minute 8-1 Draven.
Yeah, he
and
ended the
eventually
game.
it was Orca that just 1v9 the entire game as Pyke.
Yeah, and I think the Draven who started 8-1 ended up like 11-10 at one point.
I think it was
in that
11-12 was his final score.
That's beautiful. I think it was the last game of our regular season.
It was the
as
last
well.
game of our regular season, and we had an 8-1 Draven just getting demolished. It was awesome.
So Orianna Jace bans from DCG, and then top lane bans from Ground Zero.
Okay, so taking away that Aatrox, it's once again, it's something that Taco's been playing a lot of recently. Now, the Renekton is open. It did get buffed, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see Taco back onto that comfort.
Yeah, if it has a good matchup into the Volibear, it makes a lot of sense, because it's always been a great blind champ. Only really Gnar picked into it that can punish it, but doesn't even always get an advantage into the Renekton. It also just kind of fits the theme of the comp we've got going here for DCG. It is we will end this game in 5 minutes.
You know, they're going to be doing some brawling here, the side of DCG. Now, Ground Zero, they get their choice. Is this Volibear going in the jungle, or is it going to match up into the Renekton? We get to find out here and now. Mid lane also seemingly needing to be picked. I mean, unless there's some fancy stuff with this Varus or Ashe.
Yeah,
Poppy looks like it will be the answer. Actually, honestly, we still have 2 flexes.
Yeah. Not much use these flexes because you will have to show your whole comp.
Yeah, no,
now.
this is going to be a flex until they swap roles. But I think just knowing Ground Zero and watching the LCO, Thien most likely will be playing the Poppy. And Schönfire on the Volley Bear. Now, Aurelion Sol did get slight nerfs. Is he going to feel okay picking it here into this Ari? Doesn't look like it. Veigar, we might see his 16th unique champion.
Yep. I don't think Veigar fits this comp in the same way that Renekton did, but Cruscado will never miss an opportunity to add a unique champion to his champion pool.
Yeah, and it will just be the Veigar. So I believe it was yesterday in the LEC Veigar got picked, and it was the Shirelia's Veigar.
Mid?
So I think, I think it was Seraph's, Shirelia's, Leandri's was the build there. I don't know how good Leandri's is.
I mean, I kind of see it pretty immobile on the side of Ground Zero, especially this bot lane. If you imagine a Shirelia's Veigar sprinting at this bot lane, there's not a lot they can do except try to CC him.
And they do have a lot of CC.
I'm a little bit surprised to not see the Poppy in the jungle, but I don't know how Volibear does into the Renekton, because Poppy feels pretty good into Lee Sin.
Yeah, Poppy also feels okay into Renekton, so I think that's kind of the thought behind it. Thien also playing a lot of Poppy, just in general, so...
Yeah, and it is maybe a champ with more ability for Schönfire to carry on in the Volibear. Though Poppy not really a slouch early game, just doesn't do much with resources
for sure.
later on.
So, LCO, could this be the redemption arc? I believe their best record in the PCS was Team Chiefs. In summer, I believe they got 2 wins in their 2 series, so a total record of 2-12. But obviously, revitalized rosters. I mean, Kize and Lemus used to be on opposing teams. Now they're on the same team.
Now, I don't actually remember the bracket. Does the winner of this
faces
game
BYG?
Just Beyond. There's no cross bracket shenanigans. Okay. So Beyond will be who you're up against if you win this game, and if you win that best of 5, you're just straight out.
Oh,
or
wow.
maybe best of 3. Oh,
Ready for blood, I believe is what they said. 5-man stun, but that is Schönfire going down in quick. And this is going to be a Callista level 1. Taco does get away. Orca very low as well. And Tide just going to be using that Ren to slow the side of Ground Zero. But an early first blood already afforded now to the side of DCG. I didn't actually see who picked it up, but
they actually lose 3 flashes on the side of DCG. Ground Zero maybe not willing to commit their flashes to finish off. I think it was 665 who got very low there. So Ground Zero hold on to all their sums, and both teams just have the same idea. Whoever controls the brushes in the spot lane is going to have a massive advantage.
Ooh, Tide got it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Taco on literally 1 HP.
Yeah. So even though they lose a member instantly, Ashe is so strong in these level 1 fights that you kind of just have to run for the hill as DCG.
First strike.
Yeah, Veigar. Interesting.
Probably not a whole lot happening mid outside of some jungle interaction.
Yeah, I think Veigar can definitely die to the Ahri. I don't know if he really has any hook lands onto Benvi.
Wow, that's a lot of damage. And Benvi on the Ashe now, losing a substantial amount of his HP. Lemus, though, he is still very, very strong. And Varus, definitely a champion that can just stat check you even when it is a 1v2.
Yeah. Still has the heal up for Lemus, but Benvi did have to use his barrier. No ignite yet for Orca. So,
kind of excited to see Taco back on the Renekton.
Yeah.
He looked immensely, or an insane amount better when he did have access to that champion. Now, junglers are going to meet each other here in that bottom quadrant, but shouldn't be a whole lot happening. I mean, are they going to look for a dive here? It does seem like it.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage here.
Okay, Schönfire is going to at least stop the recall and even find a bit of damage here onto Tide. He should be hitting level 2 soon, so a bit of health back, but pretty much immediately taken away from that piercing arrow. Lemus is able to find.
Yeah, well played by 665 just to be here to protect his bot lane.
Okay, got to watch this charm. Cascada does keep his flash in that level 1, and
Oh, he could just get flashed on.
he might, yeah.
sure.
Event Horizon now down, so doesn't have access to that stun. Okay, 665 is once again going to be here. Cascada, he's going to Nerves of Steel, hold on to his flash. In fact, Schönfire, he takes turret aggro and loses flash for his trouble.
Yeah, I think maybe Ground Zero could have commit both flashes there onto Cascada, but it ends up with Sturmfire just losing his flash.
Oh, Tien.
Tien's
Flash! Wow, that charm almost connects, but Cascada is going to be able to react in time.
Yeah, quick reflexes, saves Cascada there, and maybe a repeat gank can come through later.
For sure. I mean, kill pressure now heavily in favor of Kize.
Yeah.
Feels a lot safer on the Arya than you do on the Veigar without flash, especially once you do get access to that Spirit Rush.
Now it's Ground Zero's bot lane who might have to be worried about a dive. They do have pretty much everything. They have everything but barrier.
This feels like it's going to be a pretty difficult dive to pull
Yeah,
off.
maybe they'll just fish for a hook.
Yeah, they're going to look for it, though. Do connect onto Lemus here. He does have that flash, though, as you said. And now tower aggro. 665, he's going to go down. Benvi's able to find that last auto attack to confirm the kill.
No.
In fact, double kill even going over as Tide stays around that tower for just too long. And now all of a sudden, it's going to be Benvi.
Yeah, and it was looking like a sketchy dive, and as soon as Lemus dodges out on the Lee Sin Q from 665, there's not much hope of killing him, and when you make a mistake against Ashe, Benvi's just slowing them under tower.
Yeah. Coldermeat going to get Taco a little bit of health back there, and he's going to be okay, but lane's certainly not in the ideal position. He'll be able to teleport back, though, and feel all right.
Yeah, it is shoving towards him, so he should be okay. He might not even have to TP. He will just TP. And he doesn't have his flash, so that was looking kind of scary. So the hook actually lands, and I thought Lemus was going to just go down here, but he flashes out of the pike stun, and then this Lee Sin Q missing. Nice dodge by Lemus. And Benvi just slows them up under the tower. Tide loses half his HP off a turret shot, as it's fully charged up. Double kill on Ashe. Not a waste of gold by any means. She uses gold very well. You know, not like getting a double kill on a Milio or a Renata. A lot more impactful to have the gold on the Ashe.
Yeah, we're back around this bot side. Are both the junglers. Benvi with constant volleys, just being as annoying as possible.
Yeah. Blue side, Ashe, Varus, no brainer to play around them. Engage, though.
Orca with the double flash. He's going to find the two-man stun, and now Tide is going to have a field day down the bot side.
Wow.
And so quickly this bot lane was turned around. Fantastic play out of Orca.
Yeah. No flash onto Lemus, but he manages to connect onto Benvi with that, with Orca's flash
Because
as
they
well.
get stunned. That's on the tower. The Event Horizon up and available for Cascada. No flash, though, and Kize should be far enough away.
Yeah, that was scary. One more tower shot maybe, and Kisei definitely goes down there. I don't think the Veigar ult quite kills from that HP, just because he's only got a tier.
6-5. Gonna use that Sonic Wave. And Kize, he's here, but he's out of mana. Both mid laners, really?
They time the Lee Sin Q and the Veigar ulti, and if that Lee Sin Q connects, he just dies there.
Yeah, wasn't able to. So Kize will be able to get out of this situation by the skin of his teeth, but doesn't have teleport. And looks like Cascada just opts for the recall instead of pushing in the wave.
Yeah, it looks like Taco's won some trades for himself and has priority in this lane again. So we're seeing why Orca prioritizes the pike. We had only seen him on it once against one of our, admittedly lower teams in the standing, so we didn't know if this was a pick they were taking seriously or something they just wanted to try out.
Yeah, and it was in a game that had no meaning
no
on
bearing
the
on.
standings.
Yeah, Sturmfire consistently just being a nuisance in the DCG jungle.
Yeah, I think Ground Zero doing a good job of utilizing the fact they have this Varus and Ashe.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the prior engagement, a bit of an unfortunate ending to what could have been good. And Tide kind of as we said at the beginning of the broadcast, has opted for that serrated Dirk. He is still going to be going for the Blade of the Ruined King, but just a little bit of help surviving this early stage and being able to trade back effectively.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the time when we see Poppy into stuff like Talia, when we see Kalista into stuff like Poppy Talia, they actually just go the full lethality build and don't have to rely on getting rolling in a team fight like you do with the on-hit build. We've seen just a few full lethality Kalistas, but it does look like he wants some on-hit. And he'll probably commit to on-hit at this point. I haven't seen any Blade of the Ruined King into more lethality. Hook lands onto Benby.
Benby, yeah, Chain of Corruption does connect, but it's going to be cleansed out of, and Fate's Call used there as Orca commits his life to trade over 1 kill, and now Stormcaller used from Schönfire as they try and find another kill here onto Tide, but it looks like he should be able to at least escape from that one. I don't know that he's actually safe at his tower. He does have Flash, and Orca's back on his way down here, but I do think he's going to have to give over at least a few of these minions.
Yeah, Pyke does get back to lane very quickly, so I don't think they can commit on the dive, especially once Tide is playing respectfully. And it's a hook lands onto Benby, and Schönfire is here to trade something back, but seeing maybe the power of the Pyke Kalista into these double range aggressive lanes. Another 2-man stun, followed up by a Kalista ulti, and I mean Benby doesn't even get to move.
Sure.
Schönfire maybe thought he could get Tide's flash here, but well played by Tide to just hang on to his flash. Looked a little bit scary.
Taco's having a bit of a field day up here.
Yeah, level 9, up 20 CS, couple plates.
I'm a little scared for Lemus as well as Benvy going forward in this game, because neither of them have cleanse, and there is always at least once per game where Renekton finds his way onto your back line and just one-shots you, and if you don't have cleanse, you kind of just committed to dying.
So what happens here? I don't remember this. Schönfire grabs the scuttle and just dodges out of the Veigar cage, but gets one shot.
Kriskar looks like he'll be going down, dodges out of the charm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even while slowed by Ashe, he manages to dodge that charm. And we are still in the replay as maybe Lemus is in trouble here. I'd be surprised if Orca can solo him. Oh no, there's just follow-up. Yeah.
He almost trades one back onto...
What were we looking at while all that happened? Top lane, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think the second replay probably happened during the first replay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Okay. So massive Kalista here for DCG at this point in the game means these dragons should be pretty uncontestable. Poppy, the only champ that can maybe slow down the Kalista. And she's not really able to come to these fights. TP just coming up for Tien on the Poppy.
Yeah, we lost the enchanted crystal arrow there, so... Not the strongest fight now for Ground Zero.
Yeah, Schönfire here though.
Orca is on a ward. Oh, Orca.
Gonna be a 3v3. They do spot
3v3.
him.
They do spot Schönfire there. Teleport coming through. This is going to be likely Thien. Oh, it's Kizze. He's got the Spirit Rush. 6-5. He's trying to get away. So much damage coming through, and it's going to be Lemus who's able to pick up that kill there with the piercing arrow. 6-5 taken out in quick fashion. Kizze still searching around for something, perhaps, as he does have at least one usage remaining of the Spirit Rush. Taco on the top side. He is surviving. He's popped the Dominus, and Tien runs out of damage. Back on bot side, Tide. He's found one. Benvy, does he have the damage? No, he does not. And DCG, they turn it again once more, and Tide out of nowhere is now just 5-1 on this Kalista.
Yeah,
now looking at mid lane. What a sidestep out of Kriskar.
Yeah, he's been moving on this Veigar. He's only gonna get more quick and nimble-footed, I guess, once he gets his Shurelias, if he does end up going for that.
Yeah, who knows?
So this is after the play's already happened. It's a 1-for-1 trade once Kisei TP's down. And I guess they just look aggressively onto the Kalista here. It does land the Q from Lemus. And I think Tide just dodges a Varus E at the very end here. And yeah, that would have been certainly a kill if that Varus E lands. So unfortunate, but it is hard to hit that Kalista.
Orca is not impressed.
Yeah. I mean, his ADC has stolen 5 of his kills.
Oh, nice dodge from Kisei, but he is now stuck in the box.
Wow.
And Cascada has claimed himself. Yet another. Schönfire trying to trade one back, but won't be able to do so. Now Benvi is in no man's land. It's going to be another kill given over to DCG. That one even. It's going to have 600 gold on it. As Pyke got his reset.
Yeah, everything going DCG's way now. I mean, Kisei died from so much HP. I didn't think Veigar did that much damage this early in the game. Seeing why maybe he picked it into the Ahri. Ahri ult doesn't feel very useful once you're in that cage.
There's been a few meteor. Oh, that one hit Orca. Cascada though, he puts down his cage, but he's going to get shut down by Lemus.
Yeah, we brought some point and click to Cascada's lane. He can't sidestep the Volibear stun.
Back to top, more trades coming out of the top laners. Black Cleaver actually the first item here for Taco.
Okay, I was wondering what he was going to build.
Yeah, I thought it might be Sun to the Sky, but Black Cleaver is going to help him try and pierce through that Sunfire cape Tien is currently sitting on.
Yeah, Sundered Sky will be the item for Schönfire, and I think 665 has his already as well. Actually, Roa on the Veigar, by the way.
I did see that.
So going to be very tanky with a Roa and an Archangels later into the game. And I want to see Veigar stacks. I forgot that was a stacking champion.
It's true.
Dragon up in 1 minute. It honestly feels like DCG just have complete control of the map now.
Sonic Wave connects. Resonating Strike going to be used as well by 665. And Teleport coming through now. Taka coming down from the top lane. Nice Dragon's Rage kick. But it's going to be the Stormcaller used over the wall. But too little too late. It's going to be the reset stolen away. But ultimately is going to pick up that gold for it between 665 and Orca on the Pyke. Taco, he did arrive down here. Not really a whole lot to achieve.
Yeah, they do get Kisei's ultimate out of him, but not much else. And Theon got to sit up here and beat up the top tower. It doesn't look like he'll be able to get it really. Poppy, not much turret damage. And Schönfire will be up for the next drag if Ground Zero want to contest it.
This looks like a rough game of the Volibear.
Yeah.
Going for a different build than we saw earlier today.
What did he go for? Bami's Knight's Vow?
It was Bami's Knight's Vow, I believe, yeah.
So it just feels like maybe the Volibear doesn't fit in this game, as he's just running into Kalista, Pyke, Lee Sin constantly and getting one shot. Honestly, Benvi in trouble maybe.
Benvi stuck in the cage now. It's his turn. Orca, he's living on 1 HP and he's going to live. Side steps. Oh, he's going to be taken out. The flash from Schönfire does confirm that one, but he is not going to be able to make it out himself. And that's 2 kills given over to to DCG. Ground Zero picking themselves up 1. Now Dragon, second of the game. Also, all going to be DCG. 6-1-5 now is tied on the Kalista.
Yeah, Orca's so hard to kill in that fight. Forces flash out of Schönfire. It is probably worth it in terms of just gold trade there.
Because they're looking for Cascada, but 665 is going to be here. Leech Q going to be procced, and that's a lot of damage. That is going to be the most dead Ahri of all time. In fact, Cascada did have to flash for it, but ultimately will be able to find that kill for himself. And now, this Veigar, he's no slouch at all either. He's trying to stack up his items, but he's still strong.
218 ability power for this Veigar so far. Feels like a lot.
Schönfire is running. Enchanted Crystal Arrow won't connect. The stun lands just too early, but Cascada still might be going down. In fact, no, he's not. The Event Horizon does confirm the kill at least onto Schönfire. Now Thien arrives It is going to be a good kill found for him. It's a shutdown as his first of the game, and now all of a sudden Lemus has also picked up one. Fate's call used, Lemus with the nice flash, and all of a sudden the steadfast presence means that Tide has nowhere to go. Benvy's going to pick himself up a shutdown too as Orca tries to run for the hills. Will he be able to? Kize arriving, does miss the charm, no longer has any more usage of that Spirit Rush, but a big turnaround and a lot of gold given over to Ground Zero.
What happened? At some point, 665 was just in the middle of 4 people by himself. Cruscata gets picked off, and then 665 just runs into 4 people. And then Tide and Orca want to give it a go. End up 2v5 just going down, and that's a lot of gold going over to Ground Zero. I wonder if Theon's really in trouble here.
Yeah, looks like he might be.
In. Yeah.
He does not have a whole lot that he can do. Is going to use the taxi service that is the minions, but he's just taxiing himself to give over Cruscata. Another stack, another kill.
Yeah, gets most of the wave, so it looks like Kise's expecting the rotation from his teammates a lot earlier than it is coming. And it's actually 665 who shows up first. No ult on this Ahri. Oh, he does have ult, but... Oh yeah, trades Cruscata's flash for his ult. Okay. And then DCG just kind of go down one by one here. Starts with Cruscata going down.
Oh, hold up.
Oh.
Come to life, 665 again, getting extremely low. Root comes through onto Cruscata. It's a nice usage of that chain of corruption, but Lemus isn't being able to follow up any damage as Tide was just wailing in on him with those arrows. With that Ren stacking up, Schönfire now trying to find his way onto this Callista, but Tide is just a bit too far away. Hook now landing, and Schönfire is going to have to use that ult to run away. Does manage to do so, but those are just constant cooldowns being popped.
Yeah, Lima's so close to killing both 665 and Tide in that fight. Can't quite get a kill. So Baron spawning now, 2 minutes on the next dragon. And I'm not really sure how you're supposed to play this point in the game as Ground Zero. I think the game was always just going to be decided through the bot lane. They don't have much going for them in the side lane, and not a whole lot in terms of scaling either.
For sure. It is going to be the possible sole point for DCG in a minute and a half, but honestly, I don't think Ground Zero are completely out. The Volibear does feel a little bit redundant at this point. Kind of just walks in a line and hasn't been able to find a whole lot, but
yeah,
certainly Lima's strong. Kize, if he has the right fight presented to him, can absolutely pop off, and Keeper's Verdict is always an option to make the numbers in your favor.
Yeah, I don't think they're out of the game by any means. I'm just actually really unsure how they're supposed to play out this mid game. Looks like both teams just kind of grouping around mid. DCG will get priority in the middle lane.
Cruscata, he might find his way here. Schönfire is actually going to stun up this Veigar on the top side of the fight. Spirit Rush already used. Cruscata's very low. Is going to try and get out. The Seraph Shield helping a lot. Keeper's Verdict with the 2-man knock up, and through will come that Stormcaller. Is this going to be one almost found? There we go. Eventually, Tien does manage to take down one for himself. It's so far going to be a 1 for 4. Make that a 1 for 5 as a triple kill for Tide. And now all attention going towards this Baron. Tide very low. Let's hope he doesn't execute here, but DCG finding a massive team fight win.
Yeah, Tide does have some lifesteal and some shields coming through from 665. Massive fight for Tide. I wasn't sure if he'd be as effective on the on-hit Callista compared to Lethality, but he had a great fight. And honestly, Ground Zero found a really good engage onto Cruscata, but the Poppy charge not quite connecting onto the wall as 665 blocks the Ash Arrow here for Tide. And Schönfire has found his way onto Cruscata, and then Thien doesn't quite get the stun into the wall. Does follow up with a 3-man Poppy ult here. Meanwhile, Varus no hope of dealing with a Renekton and Lee Sin on the backline. And they just commit too much having to kill Cruscata there. They are not able to put any pressure onto Tide. And it was a decent go. Maybe just the gold not there.
Tide now completes Edge of Night as his 3rd item, so eventually that Dirk did turn into a completed item. Cascada, he's waiting on the end. Event Horizon going to be popped, and he's going to find a lot of damage, but a lot of damage coming back onto him as the Charter Crystal Arrow will land. Lemus gets kicked away, does have to heal, does go down. So far, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of DCG, and resets are coming through now for Orca. That's 1, nearly 2, not quite, but the resonating strike will absolutely land as an ace once again in favor of DCG. Baron available, 4 members strong, and they're aiming to end this game at 23 minutes.
Yeah, it's not too surprising. I think maybe the scoreline makes this game look a lot more one-sided than it was. It was just decided.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Benvi has respawned. Fate's Call coming through. 6-5 though will land that Sonic Wave, will land the Resonating Strike. Benvi does live though. He's finding a bit of damage here on the back end as this Ashe almost gets taken out. Ren's now on cooldown. Lemus has respawned, but hook lands from Orca, and down will go Lemus once more. The 6th time this game. Schönfire now up and available. Down does go Benvi, and the Nexus will follow suit, but not before Ground Zero claim themselves a couple at the end. But all things considered, I mean, you saw the graphic before the game. Be prepared for blood, and by God, was there blood. That was 29 kills to DCG get in that 23-minute game, and I think 13 on the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, both teams drafting very aggressive bot lanes and aggressive junglers, and just not scared to duke it out in the early game. It ends up looking very one-sided, but with these drafts, it was always going to look very one-sided. Whoever won the bot lane fight, it was heavy engage versus a poke lane.
For sure.
And off some heroics from Orca, really nice hooks landing, a nice flash E to get a double kill.
Yeah.
Right in front of Shern, who was there to protect his bot lane. Yeah. I don't know if you ban the Pyke, though.
I don't
from
think you
Ground
ban
Zero.
the Pyke. Well, I don't like this Volibear champ.
Yeah, I think it's actually maybe a bit better in the top lane. Internationally, I think I've seen it a lot more in the top lane than
With
the
that
jungle.
weird, like, Undying Despair, Iceborne Gauntlet, Spirit Visage build.
Yeah, just chuck some tanky items on him and he just stands around being a Volibear. If you really want, you can rotate him to a lane and dive a
Udyr
tower.
2.0.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't strike me as a Schernfire champion.
No.
And he just had such a hard time this game because he was so killable. I thought this champion was a bit more tanky, but once he was running into the likes of Pyke, Kalista, and Lee Sin in the early game, he just wasn't matching. I think the Varus and Ashe, very strong early game champions.
For sure. We even saw them get a double kill.
And I think if you had the Poppy in jungle, I mean, Poppy is on tier in terms of early game, level 2, 3, 4 with all these other champions in these bot skirmishes, and she can cause a lot of trouble for all 3 of the champs you're fighting: Lee Sin, Kalista, Pyke.
Yeah.
Poppy can give them a hard time. Yeah, so I think the Volibear jungle, definitely. I mean, easy to say when he went 1-7, but we're not saying it because he went 1-7.
No, yeah. It just felt like in this game in particular, there wasn't a very clear path of what the Volibear is supposed to do.
Yeah.
I think the only thing you could maybe say is that depending on how bot lane's going, and admittedly for the most part it actually was going alright. I mean, they picked up that double kill off the back of a botch dive from DCG.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, if you are strong enough as the Volibear, you can do similar to what we saw earlier by V3, where you look for a dive on that bot side, because you have so much damage coming through from the Ashe, from the Varus, and then if you're able to disable a tower, it just makes it that much easier.
Yeah.
You can punish the Kalista. Not many champs can, but Ashe certainly one of the best at doing so.
And
I
honestly,
think if you were able to do that, that would have been good. But ultimately, the Volibear just found himself too far behind, where he wasn't actually able to contest with this Lee Sin. And so you could never look for that dive, because 665 was almost always in his bot side.
yeah, well,
And the
665
3v3 is just losing.
just matched every play from Schernfire.
Yeah.
He was actually just there for the entire early game. Felt like he had map hacks. This was a ridiculous play. We're seeing why we were praising his Lee Sin earlier. I wasn't paying much attention to 665 this game, but you know, every time we're in a replay, it feels like he's landing some ridiculous combo on the back line of Ground Zero.
3 Qs in that one did land, and I mean, good game out of him. I think he started off a lot slower than we're used to on his Lee Sin recently.
Yeah, but he was just matching every play from Schernfire.
He was. And I think if you aren't able to find some early success, and honestly early dives out of the Volibear, it feels like this champ's lost a lot of its power, right? Because honestly, when it came to those team fights, the Volibear could either go in with his ult or run away with his ult, but either way, there wasn't a whole lot of follow-up.
Yeah.
And admittedly, I actually think coming back to look at it, maybe the Veigar helped out a lot because it meant that this Ahri wasn't actually as able to just dart around these team fights.
Yeah,
as long as we're playing around the stun, then it's a lot harder for this Ahri to find impact onto the back line. And
yeah, and that's reflected in the damage graph, definitely. I mean, Kisei not able to really get anything going this game. He flashed onto Cascada to trade flashes in the early game, and then we didn't see much out of him beyond that.
For sure. And obviously we praised Taco's Renekton, but didn't really do a whole lot this game. He just existed as a Renekton for the most part. But when you have a 5-1, I believe it was at one point, Callista, you don't really have to
you just
be the carry of your team. You sit back and you let Tide take the reins. He did manage to get himself there as the most damage taken per death, though.
Yeah, Taco taking plenty of damage, not dying. Just kind of sitting around in the top lane, keeping the Poppy there.
But it was the Tide show. Tide and Orca, I think they really were the standout two on this team.
665 too.
I don't know if I'd want to give it to the MVP to Tide or to Orca, because honestly, Tide only got ahead at any stage because of Orca's play.
Yeah.
And as you see on your screen here, now it will be Orca picking up the player of the game, and I think that's well deserved. This guy, he's a bit of a freak on the pike. We've seen it twice now, and both times it's looked superb.
Yeah, he's a demon on the pike. Yeah, maybe you have to be scared of. I just thought hands down Varus Ashe was the strongest lane in the game, but maybe the Callista pike, you know, can definitely win the matchup. Of course it can. Any hook champ can win any matchup.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to 665 being right place, right time, though, because even when he found that two-man flash E-stun, it was because 665 was there that Tide didn't just get taken out immediately anyway. So it still was a lot to do with, again, 665 being in the right place at the right time. But I mean, you were seeing it on your screen here. This really was. I mean, this is after they died for a double kill to Benvi on the Ashe. And
and Shrimfire is here. He's just not ready for this. Out of Orca, lands another two-man stun here, hooks Benvi into his team and ensures they get a double kill, get the maximum out of that play. Yeah, and Shrimfire is just not in position. Again, Volibear doesn't do a whole lot to help his team out in that situation.
Is Orca angry again?
Yeah, he was grumpy that game.
We've seen DCG a couple of times get grumpy after their games.
Yeah,
the last two games they've played, actually.
It was 6-6-5 last time, right?
Yeah.
Just looking mad, and they look scary when they're mad.
They do. They haven't lost in a long time, I don't think.
Yeah.
They beat PSG. This is a team that beat PSG, by the way. So going down a game to them, I don't think you have to be like, wow, we shouldn't be losing to these guys, because DCG are a very, very good team. And if you're a Ground Zero supporter, honestly, they're also a team that quite often just loses themselves the game in draft. So we'll have to see what happens in game number 2. But before that does happen, we're going to go to a quick break once again. We'll be about 7 minutes, and when we're back, we'll have game number 2 between Ground Zero and DCG.
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close. This is hello paradise. I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me once ago, do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will that make me wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Welcome back, everybody, ahead of game number 2 here of the series between Ground Zero and DCG. Of course, once again, a big thank you to the Grand Halai Taipei, which are housing our boys from the LCO in a very comfortable setting. And hopefully it's comfortable enough for them to pick up their first win here of the series. They need to get it here, otherwise they will be going down to the losers bracket. And honestly, for the most time in the early game, there were signs of life. They were looking pretty good. The bot lane was doing well. It turned around kind of on its head when 665 decided to just pretty much babysit the bot lane, and that's when really DCG were able to turn it around.
Yeah, and it was kind of staying even. Orca does find a really nice flash engage to get them a double kill, and then after a 4v3 skirmish, they overextend past the tier 1 turret of DCG, and they kind of misplayed the 2v2 and end up going down. When you pick those kinds of matchups, and you're going to be fist fighting early game, it does just come down to some mechanical errors sometimes, and it's going to be really hard to claw your way back into the game.
Yeah, especially when it's just so volatile, right, across the map. I think the only champion really in the game that's not a extremely volatile champion is probably the Veigar. But the Veigar is just offering so much in terms of the zone control that makes it even harder to punish or find your way back in, especially when you have the likes of the Ahri and whatnot. But I think going forward into this next game, I mean, I imagine DCG now, they're probably... Oh, no. Ground Zero will once again have side select. I actually just want to see them, I think... Well, they won't, but I think I would like to see them on the red side. I think DCG is just such a good team at using this
they're
this
very
red
good
side.
at responding to your picks.
Yeah, they're the type of team that doesn't care what the meta is. They just pick what's good against your picks.
Yeah.
But so far, anyway, things will remain much the same in the draft here. Talia, once again, will be banned away from Fire, of course. Phenomenal performances from him throughout the LCO playoffs.
Yeah, I think he's undefeated on the Talia, at least in playoffs. We'll see if he can find another pick he can have impact on.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see him on a carry. Obviously, the game didn't start off the greatest. It was just at level 1 that he unfortunately does get first blooded, and they do get 3 flashes, but as again, we'll be locked in. It did look strong in the early stages of the game. Are we going to see the Callista again? It doesn't look like it, at least for now. Although... And once again, if the Smolder were to be picked, there's absolutely no way to know exactly where it's going. It's been first picked by them before, and it's ended up in the mid lane. It's ended up as the AD carry, so... And with the Hui, we still don't know where it's going.
Yeah, believe it or not, this could still be a Hui support. I mean, Senna is banned, so a little less likely Orca's going to play the Hui.
I think they did play Smolder Hui last time.
Yeah, they did actually play it support. Oh, just Smolder Hui bot, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of what DCG are doing with their drafts.
Okay, the Nocturne. Certainly a lot of pressure, especially when you do hit 6. Okay, this Ground Zero comp is something we've seen in the PCS a lot.
Yeah.
We've seen the Nocturne Orianna.
It actually hasn't picked up a win yet.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but it has always won early.
Yeah.
And Jarvan. Not something we're used to seeing 665 on.
Yeah, with Vi available, that's kind of surprising.
Okay.
Maybe doesn't feel good into the Nocturne as the Vi up against the Spell Shield. And to be honest, Jarvan, so far 3 immobile champs on Ground Zero, and Jarvan feels pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see if they have anything really to combo it with. Of course, there is just a lot of AoE that comes through from this Smolder as well as the Hui, so maybe that's just enough. Callista, Varus taken away, which tend to be the two strongest pairings alongside the Ashe. So what do Ground Zero have to pair with that Ashe? Could it even be the Ashe AD carry? Not something we've seen a whole lot.
Yeah. I think they'd need a very good reason to flex the Ashe to ADC. Otherwise, we've seen Jhin with the Ashe.
Yeah, we did, right? That was Hell Pigs.
Yeah, you will have your 4th immobile champion to the Jarvan, though.
It is true. Renekton going to be taken away from Taco. Does mean he is able to pick up that Aatrox. I think, although last game was a quiet one, again, after seeing him the entirety of last year, Renekton does stand out as his best champ. So I think it's good to just get rid of that. He hasn't had that standout performances on the Aatrox. So
Camille locked in for Theon.
I was going to say, could this be Ashe AD carry and Camille support? But doesn't look like it will be. It's going to be the Zeri Ashe down the bot lane.
Yeah, I like the Zeri, just a champ that isn't as screwed over by the Jarvan.
Oh, 17th unique champion now. All right, there we go.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't actually played an Ahri game. Ahri handles the Orianna Nocturne combo a lot better than, you know, something like the Hui if he were to go in the mid lane.
Now, Ground Zero's comp, there's a lot of lockdown, so even if you do get to late game as the Smolder, it's not entirely clear that you're going to be that well off, because just Hextech Ultimatum with Paranoia, Shockwave all on top of it.
Yeah.
It is very scary. You're also almost certainly forced into cleanse simply because there is an Ashe. Maybe Tide's going to greed his summoners and go for either the heal or the ghost, but one Enchanted Crystal Arrow can really spell your demise if you do choose to do that.
Yeah, we'll see how he handles the Nocturne Orianna combo as well. We've seen ADCs just have to build his Zhonya's against this combo. I think it was CFO against PSG.
Yeah, Shun.
Yeah, Shun just built his Zhonya's
on Lucian.
On Lucian, yeah. He just didn't make any sense except that they were just spamming Nocturne Orianna ults onto him.
They certainly did. Game number 2, I mean, see if Ground Zero can get off to a good start in the bot lane like they did last game. I think admittedly this game, if you do get off to a good start, Zeri much better at scaling into the later stages of the game than the Lethality Varus, just in general.
Yeah. I wonder, I have no idea how this lane phase will go.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Yeah, this is just a weird configuration of champions. Everyone is ranged. Zeri not the strongest laner, neither is Smolder. You have to imagine Ashe is a bit stronger than Hui. And lethal tempo on the Zeri should give her a bit more laning power. So should be Ground Zero favored, but there's a lot of wave clear on the side of DCG's bot lane as well.
For sure. Taco, I mean, we'll see what he opts in for this game. In general, at least in the PCS, the Profane Hydra into Lethality Aatrox has been performing better than the Sundered Sky more tanky approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure if playing against the Camille changes what you want to go for. I'm thinking maybe the full damage Aatrox builds might deal with Camille a little bit better. You at least have the chance of, you know, one-shotting her rather than a tankier build. You're just going to... I mean, Camille isn't as much of a drain tank as she used to be without the Divine Sunderer, right?
For sure.
So maybe you can get tanky enough. We'll see what Taco ends up going for anyway.
And we've only ever seen one other Camille this split, and it was Jiang, and he got absolutely destroyed. So hopefully Tien has a better showing for himself than Jiang did. He was against an Udyr, which...
Yeah, it doesn't sound great.
No, it doesn't lose lane.
So Ground Zero should have... It looks like they have priority in the bot lane. I think DCG will eventually get priority in this bot lane once they get some points into the Smolder W and Hui abilities.
He was finding a fantastic trade for himself.
Yeah, forces out the heal.
Nice timing there to go a bit more aggressive in the bot side. I mean, as things stand, not a whole lot of surprise around how these lanes are going just yet. Some heavy trades in the mid lane, but the potions available and cookies as well for Cascada to heal some of that back up. Oftentimes you do find yourself just losing trades to this Arcane Comet Orianna.
Yeah, especially as she gets more points into W. Cruzcata is just going to be on the Ahri trying to find more impact in the skirmishes if he can find a charm, pick targets off. Maybe set up 665 or Taco.
Okay, Schönfire, he's already level 4, so he's getting through these levels at a fairly decent pace. Doesn't really feel like the Nocturne can truly look for a dive, at least until he is level 6. I guess unless you're Junjia.
Yeah, he does have priority bot lane. Looks like Cruzcata's fighting pretty hard for priority mid, and he's up quite a lot of mana on Kisei at least.
Ooh.
Now up a lot of HP.
Yeah, the double Orb of Deception certainly helps out there.
Yeah,
I
this
think
could be
Schönfire
scary.
has to be very worried now.
Oh.
Topside though, Tien might just be finding a solo kill. Taco gonna have to flash away.
Oh, didn't have his Q up there at the end, but does get Taco's flash for a second time so far this series.
Extremely well played by him, and should be an advantage at least in his lane, so things going pretty well here as we're only 4 minutes in, but Ground Zero finding themselves at a 5k gold advantage.
Yeah, everything going okay. Cruzcata was trading very well with Kisei, but notice the CS is still just in Oriana's favor.
Schönfire once again looking for invades here. Actually gonna try and use that fear. Not able to find anything just yet. In fact, it's him that's losing more health than 665.
Yeah, Schönfire just feeling scrappy. Tries to bully 665 off his Raptors. They did have a lot of tempo up on their Camille just because Taco was forced to base. It's going to start hitting the Void Grubs. And we'll see if Kisei can get a move out of mid lane as Cruzcata is pretty relentlessly shoving 665 looking at Thien.
Tien, does he have...
I don't think he has hookshot, but...
No, but it doesn't look like he needs it. Schönfire claims himself 2 of those Void Grubs and now is walking away from the last one. Makes a lot of sense with Cruzcata having first move up that river. Better to play it safe.
Yeah,
He's coming
Taco
back though, has not got Smite just yet, but does force 665 out of that.
Oh, Benvi has
Hero
rotated,
pit,
so
or-
665 just gets out of here.
Okay, it's going to be the 3 Void Grubs, so good start for Ground Zero. Winning a bunch of their lanes, getting the objectives. Lemus, though, he is kind of paying the price now on this bottom side. It is a plate picked up there for DCG, and some follow-up damage as well found by Orca on the way.
Yeah, Lemus might just need some help from his teammates to get a recall in now, because this DCG bot lane can just shove you under your tower all day. Especially if you're too low to really fight them off of the wave.
Ooh, Lemus getting so low. Orca just landing consistent poke here in the bottom side.
I mean, he is up almost 20 CS, so he can take a bad recall here and still be ahead.
For sure. You're in a pretty good position as Zeri as things stand in the bottom side.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kisei up a bunch of CS as well. Everything looking pretty good for Ground Zero.
Taco seemingly able to win out on the trade.
Oh,
Lemus going to pop the ghost. Flash use from Tide here as he's trying to find the last auto, and he will. Lemus does go down now for first blood. Orca tanking up this tower. Is going to get executed, but that's all right. Tide will be able to get away with his life. Schönfire not quite having access to that paranoia.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous for DCG if they did have the Nocturne ult, but I'm surprised Lemus stayed and Benvi recalled there. Considering Benvi was full HP and mana and Lemus was pretty much out of both. Must have just gotten it interrupted. Maybe we'll get a replay of what happened. Kisei has popped his red potion. I don't know what that red potion from the
Triple
rune.
tonic.
From the triple tonic rune.
It's the elixir of... Oh, I can't remember now.
Usually means you're about to get ulted when you see an Orianna use that.
But despite going down for first blood, it will be Ground Zero being able to pick up the first dragon of the game. So things still remaining okay. Of course, don't really want to be giving over kills to the Smolder, but as long as you are able to still maintain control over the game, it isn't the worst thing in the world. Spirit Rush used in the mid lane. It is going to be Schönfire popping that Paranoia to help out his mid laner, and it does mean that Kizé is able to keep hold of both his flash and his ult, but maybe it was to no avail.
Yeah.
It's going to be eventually DCG and Chris Carter finding the charm, lands it, and 665 with the flash follow-up, able to secure themselves another kill. It's Kizé going down this time.
Yeah, Kizé greeting his flash, ends up losing it anyway, and so yeah, Ashe gets her recall off and Limas just stays in the 1v2. I guess, oh, DCG think he's recalled. And then Tide is having none of it, sees Limas use his E. And they use pretty much every summoner to chase down Limas here and just barely kill him. Nocturne pre-6, no use. And Kizé just greets his flash here. Maybe still wants Stormfire to come to his lane, but the moment the Nocturne ult runs out, Cascada finds a charm onto Kizé. And nice follow-up by 665.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever. So gold now slightly in favor of DCG, but again, the objectives have been picked up by Ground Zero. So
yeah, a lot of farm in favor of Ground Zero at least.
Yeah, 20 CS in the mid lane, 30 CS in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Taco somehow has actually found himself an advantage in the top side. Root lands onto Kizé, no flash available. And Cascada's going to be able to find the auto attacks necessary to pick up that kill. Hook shot will not be connecting here onto Taco, but it is still TN getting the better side of the trade. Schönfire up on this top side.
Yeah, was on top of a ward. Thought maybe Taco would commit onto Theon there.
Now, Cataclysm will be back available. Spirit Rush is also, and Orca is in the area. Benvi is here to match. I don't think it's particularly clear who's better off in this skirmish, but at least while Kizé is not really available, it's probably going to be pretty hard, and DCG should be able to pick themselves up these Void Grubs.
Yeah, Ashe are up soon. They can maybe look for something. Kizé is here now with the Orianna Nocturne combo.
6-5 gets himself one, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land, but it is a good buffer there of the Flag and Drag, which will get 665 out to safety. Schönfire now picks himself up the fourth Void Grub of the game. Kizé will not get knocked up, and good usage of that Blast Cone gets him out to safety. World Ender also used there by Taco.
Ends up, I think Ground Zero managed to steal that grub away.
They did, yeah.
And then just got out of there. Did lose their Nocturnal. Kizé, nice dodge.
Yeah, it does dodge out, but still does get rooted here by Hui. Spiraling Paranoia will not connect, but Orca is getting so low. Benvi flashes forward. He gets the kill for himself. He will be going down as well. But ultimately, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Up on the top side, though, something's gone awry as 2v1. Taco's picked himself up the solo kill onto Tien.
Yeah, Tien looking a bit frustrated in the player cam there. No ult for Schönfire to follow up. So, well played by Taco. We'll hopefully get to see what happened in that 1v1.
6-5 now. He's back in the mid lane. Shockwave comes out of Kizé. He's got the command protect, but it's not going to be enough. 65 once again will be picking himself up yet another kill. 2-0-2 on both the mid lane and the jungler here out of DCG. And so, bad start for them, but they've turned it around.
Well, we'll see what happened in the 1v1 top lane here. Taco lands the Q2 into a Q3, and Theon with Schönfire here goes for the play. Schönfire not just instantly committing his flash to just get an E onto this Aatrox. I think he had the opportunity to just flash onto the Aatrox immediately while he was stuck in the Camille ult.
Yeah, very close call.
Meanwhile, Kizé just getting punished for not having his flash.
Yeah, 0-3-0 now. Hook shot. Tien, honestly, still trading very well up here in the top side. But you see, from what was a great start, it is now the total gold very heavily in favor of the side of DCG. Not insurmountable by any means, and you do have some scaling available in, honestly, the Camille as well as the Zeri.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be the Sundered Sky for Taco on the Aatrox. We were wondering which build he would go for. although it looks like a really good lethality Aatrox game based off the rest of the map, maybe it's just a matchup thing. He is doing very well in the matchup, despite losing his flash early.
I think it also feels worse to be the lethality Aatrox into hard CC that can very easily hit you. So even just the Ashe ult may just dissuade it, because
yeah, you
do die a lot quicker. But yeah, true.
Gonna be
but oftentimes you'll lose the Edge of Night simply to Paranoia, because it does block them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Weird interaction. So, first Dragon going over to DCG. Ground Zero have one of their own.
Paranoia coming through. It's going to be on to Tide on the bot side. And China Crystal does land it. It's onto Orca. Orca does go down. Lima's picking up that one. 65 with the Cataclysm. Shunfire even living here on just the 1 HP. Cryscata, though, he is coming down. He's got the Spirit Rush active. Shunfire, it doesn't feel like there's really anywhere for him to go. Teleport now coming through as well. Kize should be arriving to this play. Even Tien and Kize all coming. Hextech Holder Maiden onto Tide. Tide shouldn't be long for this world. And it's going to be a double kill found for the side of Ground Zero. Lima's picking himself up yet another one, as well as Kize getting himself on the board. And now Cryscata, after ulting down to the bot play, is going to have to just tail between his legs, run back to the mid lane, and a massive play there. Game-changing play even for Ground Zero.
Yeah, massive for Ground Zero. Shurnfire manages to escape on a sliver of HP and waste pretty much Cryscata's entire Ariel.
Well, it's not over though. Cryscata walks back to the mid lane and teleports back bot. He's able to find himself a kill. It was Lima's picking up a tower, but I actually think Taco got first blood tower on the top side.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Nice TP from Cryscata there, catching Lima's greeting for the turret. So we're going to get a replay on the bot play. It's just the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, followed by the Nocturne ulti, just clipping Orca there. Goes down instantly, and this looked very well played from 665. Locks up Benvi and then gets an EQ onto Shurnfire, and then Shurnfire kites away from Cryscata to the point where Cryscata uses 2 charges of his ult and doesn't manage to get a reset.
And oh, nice W.
Yeah, nice EW there from Theon. Gets them the double kill. And yeah, all Ground Zero on that play. Taco does pick up the turret top for that, but you're still pretty happy with that if you're Ground Zero, especially when you trade the bot turret. Unfortunately, Limas does go down to Cryscata, but they were falling behind and it felt like the momentum was really going DCG's way. So it's big for them to win a fight, I think.
Yeah, give themselves some gold. It is going to be this Rift Hero, though, picked up for the side of DCG. See what they can get done with it. Nice combo there on the Paranoia Shockwave. Cryscata doesn't look like he has Spirit Rush available. In fact, he doesn't. Benvi, though, he's tanking the tower. Is he going to live? He does just. No, he does not. But it's an execution. Shut down over to Benvi. He does get executed. That won't be gold going back over. Now in the middle, Limas, he's trading back very well. A lot of damage, and he actually gets hit by that knock-up. But will be able to skirt on over the wall and keep himself nice and topped up in health. One tower does go down the mid wave, but it won't be a second one as Limas does manage to survive.
Pretty heroic from Limas there. He's defending his turret 1v4, manages to trade so much damage back onto Tide, and shuts down that play mid, kills the entire wave as well. Unfortunately, Kisei does use his flash on that play and doesn't get the kill, but Cryscata does go down and lose his flash to Nocturne Orianna. Seems very strong when you compare them together. Benvi,
yeah, he's walking a bit too far up. There was just a Jarvan and an Aatrox sitting in that bush, so he will be going down. An unfortunate reality of the Ashe is
lost his flash too.
On top, if anyone's ever on top of you, you are pretty much just a goner.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of Edge of Night.
Yeah,
on the Ashe first. We don't actually see the. I don't even remember the name of the item anymore. We don't see it often. Umbral Glaive, yeah. We haven't seen a lot of Umbral Glaive of late. We see Edge of Night Ashe, we see Youmuu's Ashe sometimes.
And a lot of the time it's Blood Song, but maybe the Blood Song nerfs take it out of favor a little bit.
Yeah, maybe Zac is just doing more damage. You don't really auto that much later into the game on Ashe. It turns into like an ARAM build Ashe, where you're just spamming W.
Now, it is the Seraphs completed here for Kize on the Orianna, so a little bit more survivability, which he's going to just enjoy that much more.
Yeah.
Ooh, Shirelius for Orca. I don't think he built that last time he played the Hui bot.
No, it does look like a very different build for him. And a pretty quiet game on the Hui. Not all that quiet, actually. Not that great of a game on the Hui. 1 and 3 after a very good Pyke game. Maybe just sacrificing his own pick to get Cruscada a good pick in the mid lane, because it feels like Ari might be one of the few mid laners that can handle something like the Orianna Nocturne combo. We saw him just barely go down in that bot play, but a lot of other mid champions you put into this combo are just going to die over and over as soon as these ultimates come online.
Sure. Cloud Dragon will be the soul. Dragon number 3. A second for either of these teams. Started up, teleport coming through now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will go wide, so no access to that Ashe ult now, as it is going to be Tien on the flank. Shirelius popped. They're trying to look for this Camille. Taco's still sitting here in the pit. He's alone though, and Tien looks like he will be going down. On the top side though, are they going to be able to pick up the Dragon? It's 665 who gets it. Ground Zero though, they are now 3v5 as things stand. Paranoia comes through, Flag and Drag is used, but Lemus is just free hitting. He's got 1 kill, Shockwave used here onto Taco, and Taco alone, but the charm connects, everything connects, and Lemus is gonna go down. Kizane now running as fast as he can away from these 3 members of DCG. Slow comes through, but now he's in that Air Dragon Shroud, and it looks like he will be able to get away with that command dissonance, but a disaster team fight there for Ground Zero as DCG managed to find themselves 4 and the Dragon.
Yeah, DCG making it look pretty easy. They catch the Camille, Tien on the Camille. No threat to Cruscada at all. Has to flash away and then eventually gets chased down, and then you'll see the power of this Jarvan pick against all these immobile champions on Ground Zero. We're going to see the smite fight here. Straight from 1,000. And yeah, he just flash ults as Jarvan onto 2 immobile champs, and I mean, they're just toast. Aatrox and Hui just have a shooting gallery.
Lemus does trade back 1.
Yeah, Lemus looks like he's maybe getting something going, and on a previous patch, maybe Zeri can do a little bit more there, but nice charm from Cruscada just shuts him down. So you don't want to be getting engaged on as the Orianna Nocturne, right?
For sure. Now it is going to be the Rapid Fire Cannon second build for Tide. So something we've seen Betty do a couple of times. Really only was Betty, but Tide going to opt into it this game. I think it kind of makes sense. You are just wanting to stay far away from the Camille, from the Nocturne, from the Orianna. It does mean that your stacks will likely be delayed a little bit, as Tien's trying to look for something on to Tide. He doesn't find an engage, but he does get the Ghost, which is an important summon. A spell, Shockwave, Paranoia. We've seen this combo before. Really well played there from Ground Zero, but Lemus is going to pay for his life. On the other side, though, Cruscada does go down as things stand. It's a 2 for 2. Taco, though, he still has that World Ender active. Infernal Chains goes wide. And with that, so does the chances of this team fight carrying on. It's a 2 for 2, all things said and done. And when you're the team that's behind, it does feel pretty good. So Ground Zero still fighting within this game.
Yeah, Kisei actually went to the top lane. There's no wave clear in mid here, so DCG are just going to take this tower.
Oh, the root lands. Tien misses the hook shot, and Taco's going aggressive. Tien loses so much of his health there.
Yeah, kind of puzzling to leave the Camille to wave clear mid and send the Orianna top there. As I don't think DCG had any business getting that mid tier 2. Maybe there was a big wave and Kisei wanted to get an item. He needed the gold for his item. And, I mean, there is no counterplay. You saw in that last fight to the Orianna Nocturne combo. It's pretty much just Flash or Azonia's. So, you know, maybe some hope for Ground Zero, even if Tide comes online on the Smolder, that you can just take him out at the start of a fight.
Sure, there is that potential. 192 is the stacks that he currently sits at.
Yeah, and I think the Rapid Fire Cannon, I think you want it once you evolve. So you want to make sure you have Rapid Fire Cannon when you evolve. So if you're on a lower income game, you just go for a Rapid Fire second. And if you're getting a lot of gold, maybe some kills, I think Shojin second. If you can fit in a Shojin. DCG just hitting Baron.
Yeah, Baron is going to be started up here. See if it will be spotted out by the side of Ground Zero. Should be known pretty well that it's being done. Enchanted Crystal Arrow won't find its mark on this occasion. Through will come Mum. Taco's got the world into two-man Cataclysm because he does manage to flash away from it. Schönfire as well. With that spiraling Despair, he's actually going to get away from Kizé, so it's not going to land onto him. Lemus, though, he is finding quite a bit of damage. Orc with the flash, won't find the fear. So many low health bars, but yet to be anyone going down. Camille, in the meantime, though, finding a whole lot in the side lane. One in a tower going down, trying to look for more, as it's the job of Ground Zero now to just stop Bax, and Lemus not only stop Bax, but finds the kill there. Cryscata getting taken out for nothing. Taco eventually will find the recall, but not before an inhib tower gets taken out by Tien on this Camille, and now Ground Zero pushing forward to this mid lane tower, and still many signs of life.
Yep, macro outplay there from Ground Zero. They play that fight really well to get away and not lose anyone. They do lose flashes on mid and jungle, but otherwise they kite out the fight. Actually trade a kill or get a kill onto Cryscata. Well played by Lemus there, who held his ult that entire time on Zeri until he could find a kill onto Cryscata.
Yeah, and going back now is Lemus. We'll see if he has enough for his Infinity Edge. Would be a huge item spike.
Yeah.
Certainly something you'd want before you do next fight. He does, okay. 3 items now on the Zeri. Zeri well and truly is online. This should be the Dragon, third Dragon going over to DCG, but control over the top side, yeah, as you said, in favor of Ground Zero. Lemus not being there means you can't really hit the Baron just yet, but having control over it does offer chances for DCG to make slip-ups.
Yeah, unfortunate timing on the Infinity Edge there. It just makes sense to recall for it. You're not going to fight the Dragon with an Infinity Edge in base on your Zeri. You know, if that comes in 20 seconds earlier, you can either force a Baron or fight the Dragon pretty confidently.
Kizé gets himself a tower up in the top side, but it's DCG trying to put pressure here onto the inner and the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, it's onto Taco. Tien, though, can't really go in. Too many members around, and it should just be this tower eventually taken out. Taco very low, does have teleport available.
Yeah, Taco pretty chunked, and I wonder if they could have commit a couple members from Ground Zero onto the Baron, because it was 5 bot on the side of DCG.
Probably a possibility, but it is just very risky.
Yeah.
Because there's so much ground that can get covered so quickly by, honestly, Zeri, Nocturne, even Camille has the teleport, Kizé has the teleport.
Oh, I mean Ground Zero hitting with the Baron.
Oh, true.
But they decide to just rotate and make sure that it is risky for Ground Zero as well, just because they might just lose an inhib.
All through comes the Cataclysm, lands onto 3. The Shockwave is not going to find its mark, and Kizé is going to get taken out near on immediately. Cryscata still going forward. Benvi dodging out of that orb of deception. Backside, though, the execute well and truly is online now for Tide. It's only Lemus and Benvi who do remain. It's 3-0 in favor now of DCG, and they're going to turn their attention towards this Baron. With a Smolder and with an Ari, this is going to go down in record time.
Yeah, Lemus doesn't get a chance to do anything in that fight. Tide, I think, got to his stacks just before that fight and got a couple executes in. Cryscata dodged out of a Nocturne Orianna combo, and once that misses, yeah, it's really... I'm surprised those combos aren't just going on to Tide and are going on to Cryscata, who also just has a Seeker's Arm Guard. Baron now for DCG. And it's really hard to play into the Smolder now.
For sure. I mean, saving graces, you do have a little bit of wave clear, of course, on the Orianna and the Zeri, but...
Yeah, and a very fed Zeri.
Yeah, we did see before this fight that Lemus was currently sitting at the most gold in the game, but unfortunately, as it showed up, this happened.
Yeah, just dodging out of that ult from Cryscata, and you see the power of the Jarvan again in this fight. If DCG are engaging, they will win the fight. I think Ground Zero have a chance if they can find a good engage with the Nocturne Orianna.
Oh,
and Benvi goes down off screen.
Has been executed by this Smolder champion. Absolute bonkers champion as things stand. Lemus is alive though, so if he is up, there is hope still for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah.
Problem is these Baron minion waves just coming in from all directions, and the charm lands, and all of a sudden you no longer have a Nocturne. Lemus does remain alive though, but he's got a lot of work to do. Pops the ult, 665 getting low. He's trying to find the damage with the flash. Charm from Chris Carter is going to find Lemus, and without Lemus now, what can you do? Kize stands alive, and Tien's running back to his base, and another charm out of Chris Carter on the Ari, but it's turned around. Benvi comes in with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They've turned around one, but with the World Ender popped and Taco going mental, Benvi almost gets one shot. He manages to survive, or does he? Eventually the ace comes through, and game number 2, series win for DCG.
A pretty decisive game from DCG. It does take a while for them to finally close it out until it feels like the switch, they flip the switch and they just close immediately as soon as they get the Baron. And that switch being flipped was probably just Smolder getting to his stacks.
Yeah.
As games don't last much longer once that happens. And not able to really get enough of a lead in the early game. Though they were doing very well in their lanes, Ground Zero. I think maybe just around the team fights, maybe hesitating to pull the trigger. They weren't, maybe it was a vision problem, because they weren't just getting these Ori Nocturne combos. When we saw PSG play this combo against CFO, they were just using it off cooldown.
Yeah.
Flash up or not, they didn't care. They just picked an immobile target and threw it on them. And there were a few targets you could have gone for on the side of DCG, but it ended up being 665 finding a lot of great engages with the Jarvan.
Yeah, I think honestly this game really was much the story of 665 pairing with Chris Carter so well. I mean, Chris Carter was landing so many charms, and the very first kill we saw onto Kize in the mid lane, it was a charm found and just no hesitation, 665 flashing in, flag and drag, hitting the ult before even the knock up just to ensure the damage before there could be the flash away, and it was really what started off the comeback, honestly, for DCG, because as you said, the lanes were going so well for Ground Zero. Tien forcing Taco to recall on 1 HP, only just surviving. Bot lane up 30 CS, mid lane up 20 CS. Really, things were looking so good for Ground Zero. But Chris Carter roaming around the map with 665 really felt like the difference maker.
Yeah, and after that play in the mid lane, Kize went down another 2 or 3 times before his flash even came up. Yeah. Playing against that Jarvan Ari was so punishing without his flash. Every time 665 got a chance, he was there to dive Kize or, you know, catch him on a rotation.
That is kind of the problem that Orianna mostly faces, right? Is she tends to be a lane bully, but the problem she has is she is an immobile lane bully. So if you have a champion that can gank like Jarvan and a champion that can set up gank like the Ari, you do oftentimes find yourself under a lot of pressure if you do lose your flash for any reason. And it's especially bad because he lost his flash and still died. And so at that stage, things have really gone from bad to worse, because the gold lead that you'd acquired through the CSing kind of just immediately got lost because you'd given over a kill's worth of gold. Yeah. And so it just becomes even harder at that point. But I think, honestly, looking at this game, because you got to think now, Ground Zero, they'll go up against V3 later on in the week. Looking at this game, I mean, Lemus and Benvi were having some really good lanes down bot lane, and I think as we identified before game number 1, V3's weakness tended to be the bot lane, and so if we can have a strong performance out of these guys again against what could be a weaker bot lane, then I actually feel pretty confident about their chances going forward. But this game really did feel like just the combination of the mid jungle was a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, 665, again, anytime he could just push ult on more than one member of Ground Zero, he just did, and it always was going to work because they have so many immobile carries. It was a really good Jarvan lock-in, and we've praised DCG's drafts before, and they do just draft so well.
Yeah, I think it is just dangerous to give them the red side, because again, like even in this game, you had so much gank set up, a lot of immobile champions. You need people to be able to go in with this Jarvan, and Ari just makes so much sense, honestly. It's one of the few mid lane champs that can pretty reliably survive up against the Orianna Nocturne. Not many champions have the ability to have just 3 dashes immediately, and so it works against that. Admittedly, Camille can lock it down, but does the Camille really want to be on this Ahri, especially as the game goes longer and longer? Not really.
No, not at all. Has to
And
go
so
on Smolder,
I think just, going forward, for any team that goes up against DCG, I truly think that the red side is just so powerful against them. We've seen it before as well. They pick blue side, and sometimes they just end up with a random Mordekaiser going 0-6 on the top side. They really do thrive on the red side, especially when you compare them to every other team in the league who always pretty much go for blue side. DCG is the one exception.
Yeah, I do think Ground Zero really did have a good enough draft to win this game, though.
Oh, for sure.
Especially when they end up with 3 winning lanes. I think credit to Thean in this game. I don't think he should have really had a winning lane that early in the lane phase anyway, and he actually gave them some opportunities to kill Taco with his flash down. As, a pretty split, actually a 2-way contested stats here as we got tied, doing the most damage, getting the most kills.
I'm surprised Taco the most got. He probably got a side tower at some stage.
700 gold off the tier 2s will do that.
Yeah, I imagine that's what happened. I mean, he was also just... He might have even had 7 kills as well. I don't actually know, but he had a lot of kills. 665 going to be picking up the MVP for that one. I think that's well deserved.
Yeah.
Again, I think with how the lanes were going, if not for 665, pretty much saving all 3 of them, this game probably looks a whole lot more one-sided and to the opposite team that one.
Yeah, usually when you see a jungler with 3 losing lanes, they're completely neutered. They can't do anything. But yeah, 665 managed to have a great game, and I think it's based off a great pick based on these drafts. So here, Thean, and this is a situation where should we not just be Nocturne Orianna comboing to save our Camille there? Maybe they're just slightly too far away.
I think maybe you even just look at it here straight onto this way, maybe even.
But once the Jarvan's engaged onto your Nocturne, it's hard to get any value out of this combo anymore. 3-man knock-up from 665. Yeah, I don't remember that. Lima's doing his best in all these fights, but it's just too much for him to do.
Cascada was just... He had aimbot with those charms as the game progressed as well. I mean, in the last play where they did end up ending the game, he landed like 3 consecutive onto the exact target he wanted to land them on. So, I mean, really well played by him. It's his first showing on Ahri. It's his 17th unique champion now, and he continues to impress.
Yeah, pretty much everyone from DCG putting in a good effort. Maybe Taco underperforming from what we expected, or maybe just Thean overperforming. Yeah, I mean, relative.
Yeah, Thean having a pretty decent series for himself. I mean, obviously that game he was like 1 auto attack off picking up a solo kill on the top side, and that's Aatrox's not a champ we typically see getting solo killed unless he's against Cassante.
Yeah.
In which case they solo kill each other twice a game, and that's just the norm when it comes to that matchup. But that does do us for our second series. We will once again be going to an interview. This one will be with Patty and Orca, so do enjoy.
Say hello to the fans. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 DCG 的辅助选手 Orca， 请 Orca 先跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 DCG 的辅助 Orca。
Congratulations for winning your first game in playoffs, a team also from LCO. How are you feeling now?
プレーオフでの初勝利、対戦相手は LCO のチームとして勝利後の気持ちはいかがですか？
恭喜你们赢下你们季后赛的第1胜，对上是来自 LCO 的队伍，赢下来的心情如何？
因为帮助665拿到了季后赛的首胜，所以非常的开心。
665選手の初勝利を出したことをすごく嬉しいことと思います。
Because we held 665 to win his first game in playoffs, we're really happy about that. So our team is very happy that we won that game. In the first game, your team played around bottom lane. Also, you guys had a 5v5 right from the get-go. Why did your team choose to play that way?
最初の試合ではボットレーンに中点を置いており、さらに 5v5 の集団戦を早い階段で展開しました。なぜこのようなアプローチを選んだのか、理由を教えていただけませんか？
第一局你们围绕在下路打，开局更是打了一个5v5的团战，想问一下你们为什么会这么打的原因呢？
因为那个辅助的选角是派克跟艾希，然后我觉得如果来下路抢到草的话，我们会非常的优。
はい、ボットレインのサポートのチャンピオンを選ぶのはパイクと 絵師だからもし僕らたちは相手よりボットレインのブッシュを取るなら絶対に勝てると思います。
So because we had Pyke against Ash on the bottom lane in the first game, and we thought if we can get the bush on the bottom lane, it's going to be very good for our team. So we chose to play like that in the first game. Your team's early game in the first game wasn't as steady. How did your team come back from that and win the game?
最初の試合では前半に不安定な場面がありました。後半はどのように挑戦し最初の试合を勝利に導いたのでしょうか。
你们第一局和第二局前期打得比较不稳定，想问一下后来是怎么调整过来赢下这两局的呢？
就前期有些失误嘛，然后到中后期，其实我们稳稳打，我觉得我们就一定会赢对面。
そうですね。確かに試合前にちょっとミスがありますので、苦戦になっちゃうんですけど、後半は自己ベストを出して勝利に取ります。
So I think in our early games we made some mistakes, and we know that our strength is good. So if we play steady in the late game, we'll be able to win the game. So we're not that worried about that. How does it feel playing against teams from different regions in the PCS playoff?
プレーオフで異なる地域のチームと対戦する感覚はどうですか？またプレーオフに対するあなたご自身の期待は何ですか？
季后赛对上不同赛区的队伍感觉如何？你自己对季后赛的期許是什么？
我觉得外国人都蛮帅的，然后季后赛又能进到第二阶段就很棒了。对。
まずは外国の選手たちはやっぱりみんなグッドルッキングですよね。あとはプレーオフでステージ2に出ることを頑張ります。
I thought the foreigners are all really handsome, and I'm very happy that we'll be able to play onto the second stage for the playoffs. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Orca 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you for the interview. The players, the foreigners are all very handsome.
He's right, they are.
They are. Does it extend to other people from their region, or is it just strictly them, you reckon?
Oh, it probably means just everyone from OS
Yeah, must do.
is good looking.
That's right. Maybe it's just everyone that formerly played in Oceania region.
Yeah,
That's
true.
you, big fella.
I mean, that checks out.
But, I mean, good games, I think, honestly, today. I think, honestly, from comparing last splits to this split, I think the games looked a lot more competitive, although they did end quick. In terms of the LCO teams, of course, we haven't seen the LGL in the PCS before. But at least in terms of the LCO teams, I think the fact that they were just bringing the fight to them, they fell behind, but they didn't just roll over, was a really good sign.
Same with the LGL.
Yeah, no, V3 did the exact same, exactly. So I think that's a good sign, and I think especially, like, we're going to see later on in the week, once again, Ground Zero up against V3, and I think that could be a very exciting game because they looked pretty similar in terms of how the games ended up going. Of course, this is the updated playoff bracket now. We are going to have BYG up against DCG, a matchup we've already seen over the course of the split. We get to see it once more, and then V3 up against Ground Zero will be on March 13th for both of those games. So,
yeah, both teams in a must-win situation now, and they must win a lot to make it to the playoffs. 3 straight
best of 3s, and then 2 straight best of 3s, and then a best of 5 to finish it all off. And then tomorrow's matches, DFM versus J-Team and Frank versus Antics. And we don't really know, I think is fair to say, what to think of Frank, because at least in the last week of them playing here in the PCS, they actually weren't playing with their AD carry. They had their substitute mid laner, or they've been sharing mid lane time, but their 2 mid laners were actually playing instead of their AD carry in the bot lane. So we don't really know what to think. They looked a lot stronger when Eminem was playing, and they noticeably looked a lot weaker when he wasn't. So depending on who's playing, you could feel pretty confident about Antics in that best of 3. And then DFM versus J-Team. I mean, I haven't watched the most amount of LJL, but I've watched a lot of PCS, and I think I should be favoring DFM.
Just back on that second series, we have 2 Azir merchants on either side, and Azir is disabled, so that should be very interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Minji plays a lot of Azir. Ryoma, of course, plays a lot of Azir.
No, Jimmian.
Oh, Jimmy and oh, true. Yeah, that's
two
right.
absolute
J-Team's the other
Azir
guy.
merchants. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's J-Team versus DFM.
But
Two
Pretender
teams-
might be playing then.
Yeah, so you might just put in Pretender for Frank if you've got Eminem back, but
Yeah.
we're not sure. We haven't really got any word from them or explanation on what's
Yeah.
going on with their roster swaps. As for the first series, both teams a little bit unsure. J-Team, a million roster swaps themselves.
Yeah.
Don't know what shape they're in, and DFM just coming off at 0-3. We'll see what shape either team is in.
We will, in fact, see what shape they are in. Of course, this does do us for our first night here of the Spring Split playoffs, but do join us tomorrow. We're going to have more LJL, more PCS, and more LCO. We'll see you there.